countries?
I don't know about that one. So
Curious.
All
right.
I want a burger.
Yeah.
Right?
But it is funny if you go to like other countries and you try these restaurant chains, they're very different.
Yeah.
Like the different things you can find at McDonald's in foreign
Like
countries.
KFC
Right.
too.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
They like change the menu.
Like you go in France, I know, especially with the French fries, it's just weird. So don't ask for them. All right, we're out of time for Extra today. Thanks for joining us on this Tuesday. Go vote.
Care for all.
We look towards reforming the ACA, and then we push towards Medicare for all. And for people that are going to say we don't have the money, we actually do have the money.
And that led to this follow-up exchange.
What is the current national debt in this country?
It is very high. It is 2D high, right?
Well, give me a best guess. What is the national debt?
It's too high, and the reason it's too high is because people like Ashley Moody and people like Donald Trump are only looking out for their campaign donors, and they're pushing to allow them to have no bid contracts instead of bailing out their companies.
In a different interview with a Florida Phoenix reporter, Nixon said she would support cutting U.S. military and other aid to Israel. She said, quote, "We cannot continue to send money to countries that are violating international law, that are violating human rights," close quote. Now, here's how Alexander Vindman answered a similar question in our interview.
With respect to support for Israel, military support in particular, would you condition that on Israel's actions or inactions in West Bank or Gaza, or would there be unconditional military support?
For me, I'd want to make sure that we continue to drive this relationship forward with Israel. It's a generational relationship with the only longstanding democracy, so a stalwart supporter for the state of Israel. At the same time, I wouldn't give any country a free pass. I'd want to make sure that they hold the highest standards as a fellow democracy, and I think this war with regards to Gaza has gone on too long.
Nixon called for a crackdown on price gouging, and I asked if she'd take that a step further.
Would you be open to instating price controls as we did under President Nixon?
Look, at the end of the day, I am looking at all options to ensure that we help lower these costs.
She then pivoted to her opposition to Trump's tariffs, and I followed up on price controls.
So you would be open to price controls. They didn't work in President Nixon's era. What would be different this time?
That's not what I said. What I said was I would be open to repealing the tariffs.
Well, you said open to all options.
I said
was asking about the price controls.
As I stated, I would be open to repealing taxes, repealing the tariffs, the taxes that Donald Trump put on hardworking Americans recently.
Well, you'll find much more on the Fox Local app. Go to original shows, look for Fox 13 Unscripted for our full candidate interviews, and look for Money, Power, and Politics for analysis of state and national races and issues. And of course, join us for our live streaming and broadcast coverage as the primary results come in on Tuesday night.
Alrighty, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us here on Fox Tampa Bay Live. It has officially passed the 11 a.m. hour, and I know we are welcoming in some viewers from Orlando. So thank you so much for being here as we move through the news on a primary election day. As Craig mentioned, we are going to have special streaming coverage from 7 to 10 p.m. tonight as the results come in. We're going to check in with reporters that we have at major campaign events across Florida. And we are also going to be joined by some political experts who are going to weigh in on everything we see live as it happens in real time. Here's actually a live look right now at the Orlando, Florida area. Again, thank you so much for joining us in both parts of the state. Happy to be here. My name is Regina Gonzalez. I am your host and executive producer, and we are going to continue our coverage by heading out over the bridge from us here in Tampa to Pinellas County. And that is because Pinellas County has actually really led the charts when it comes to early voting numbers. And now you've got people actively heading to the polls. So we want to touch base with the woman in charge over there who's got a really stellar team that is going to be working probably as late as we are today. Welcoming into the program, Pinellas County Supervisor of Elections, Julie Marcus. Julie, thank you so much for being with us here. Happy primary day. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Regina. It is. It's election day, and we are really excited for our voters here across the state of Florida, but specifically here in Pinellas.
Yeah, I mean, Pinellas and the early voting numbers, what did you make of that? You guys are kind of leading the way here.
Pinellas County really, I mean, everybody in the state of Florida has three options to cast a ballot in an election, either by mail, in person early, or on election day like today. And Pinellas County voters have just embraced voting prior to election day as late as 2010. So this is typical of Pinellas County voters.
Well, that's certainly, I mean, now I guess my next question going off of that is, do you expect to see busy lines today? What have you seen so far now that the polls have opened at 7 a.m.?
We've seen good turnout. I think we're on track to either meet or exceed turnout that we've seen, I mean, in the last 4 election cycles. So I think we're going to have a good day.
Wow. Walk me through what this day looks like for you and your team. Everyone always loves a little behind the scenes action, especially for people on the other end of this.
Yeah, so right now, this is our call center, and they're taking calls from our precinct clerks that are out in the field, and they're also taking direct calls from our voters. So the whole purpose of this group of folks is just to make sure that everybody has the information that they need. So make sure you're election ready. Go to either your supervisor's website or call your supervisor of elections office so that you have your updated address on file, that you know where your polling place is, and that you bring your ID so that you can avoid delays at the polls. Got to make sure you vote by 7 p.m. tonight.
Yeah, and I kind of asked the Hillsborough County Supervisor elections the same thing, but if somebody has a mail-in ballot right now, they can either, correct me if I'm wrong, surrender it or bring it to your office. Is that how that works?
Yeah, so you can come to a supervisor of elections office with your voted mail ballot, make sure that it's signed, and you can drop it off and you can still get an I voted sticker. Or you can bring it to your polling place. Again, that's a designated location depending on where you live, and you can surrender it and then it gets destroyed. And then you can check in as a regular voter and then go and cast a ballot at the polls.
All right. I want to go back to those mail-in ballots because I have here, when you combine mail ballots and early voting, turnout was already around 19% for Pinellas before the polls opened. How would you say that compares to previous primaries? Was that expected? Did that exceed your expectations?
It's on par. It's not as high as it's been in the past, but it's a solid representation, and I really just hope that our voters take advantage of today and get out to vote by 7.
All right. And the St. Pete mayor's race is one of the local contests on the ballot. Do competitive local races typically help drive turnout?
Yeah, the ballot is always going to drive turnout. So in the primary election, we have a few municipalities who are conducting elections for the first time in an August in conjunction primary. So you have the city of St. Petersburg and the city of Clearwater, who are new to the even year election year cycle. So yes, of course, that's going to increase voter turnout in the 2 largest cities in Pinellas County.
And I know, Julie, redistricting led to new congressional and precinct boundaries this year, and new voter information cards were sent out. Has that caused any confusion, or you feel it's been okay so far?
No, I think that us sending out the new voter information cards actually helps. Obviously, prior to any election, if we can get that kind of information out to voters that provided, their polling place information, their current party affiliation, the information we have on record for that voter. So that voter had an opportunity to check that information, contact us if anything needed to change. So I think it was, although there was changes to the actual precinct and district boundaries, we were able to make a point of contact with all of our voters.
I love that. I love that. Very proactive. Are there certain points today? Do you feel like polling locations will be busier? Is that after people get out of work, or it's pretty steadfast throughout the day?
Yeah, so we have our force right as the polls open at 7. Folks are trying to get their vote in before they go to work, and then you probably have a lunchtime crew, and then of course you have that last drive after folks get out of work at 5. But in between, take advantage of the process, take advantage of the opportunity to vote, and let your voices be heard.
Definitely. Julie Marcus, anything else you want people to know if they're heading out to the polls soon? Anything about Pinellas County over these last couple of weeks before we wrap this up?
I can just say just one more time, just take the time to get election ready. Go to your supervisor of elections website or call their offices just to make sure that you have the right information. For example, Pinellas County in 2024, the last big election that voters cast ballots in, we had 2 major hurricanes. A lot of polling places changed since then. So we want to make sure folks are showing up at the right place and they have all the information that they need to make sure that their vote is counted.
All right. Well, Julie Marcus, Pinellas County Supervisor of Elections, thank you so much to you and your team for what you guys are doing out there. I know it's going to be a busy day. We appreciate you making time for us, and I'm sure we will be talking before November.
Thank you so much for having us.
Take care, and have a good night. Busy night. All right, everyone. Again, my name is Regina Gonzalez, your host and producer, moving through a lot of different conversations that we have planned for you. I know in Orlando, you guys are also monitoring some pretty big races. So what I want to do here is I actually want to play for you the latest report from Fox 35's Amanda McKenzie. I know she has been tracking certain races up there in Central Florida. So let's check in with her.
Current Orange County Mayor Jerry Demings is not seeking re-election, and right now there are 4 mayoral candidates seeking the nonpartisan title of Orange County Mayor. Yet experts say with this being a close race, there may not be a definitive winner by this evening. Now, the Orange County's 4 mayoral candidates agree affordability is the county's top challenge, but propose different solutions on housing, jobs, and transportation. The 4 candidates are District 3 Commissioner Mayo Uribe, former U.S. Representative Stephanie Murphy, Orange County Clerk of Courts Tiffany Moore Russell, and businessman Chris Messina. We caught up with Stephanie Murphy this morning as she walked into her polling place. She says she wants everyone to get out and vote.
We have all of the advantages to be a world-class community for the residents who live here, where there's housing that people can afford, less congestion, and well-paying jobs. And with my experience in business, in Congress, and in national security, I know I can deliver for this community.
Fundamentally, we need in Orange County, we need a new vision, not another recycled politician. So we need some new ideas.
The first thing the county can do is improve on the time it's taking to get projects approved through the process. And then also continue to fund the Housing Trust Fund the county has been funding for the past couple of years.
Buying big buses is not the future. If it's not even going to work, if it's running empty, why aren't we using smaller? Look what Seminole County's done.
According to election analysts, with 4 candidates running a high-stakes race for Orange County Mayor, it would be surprising to see one of them hit that 50% threshold, meaning that a runoff may be the next step after the primary election. The polls are now open and will close at 7 p.m. Just a reminder that if you are submitting a mail-in ballot, it must be received by your supervisor of elections office no later than 7 p.m. for it to count. Reporting in Orange County, Amanda McKenzie, Fox 13 News.
All right. Thank you, Amanda McKenzie, for that report. As we continue our primary election coverage across the state, Amanda Ruiz has also been so kind to give us an update out of Seminole County. So let's listen into her.
Yes, for this primary election, District 7 is a big talker, and that's for the seat that covers Seminole County and also parts of Volusia County. There's also a new poll that's stirring the pot for this race.
The new poll comes from Capital Strategic Partners, who surveyed nearly 930 likely Republican primary voters. And it shows challenger Ryan Elijah with a commanding lead over incumbent Congressman Corey Mills, 44 to 27%. Now, that poll didn't include candidates Sarah Ulrich or Michael Johnson and has a margin error of 3.3%. But not everyone is buying it. Congressman Mills is pushing back hard, calling it a, quote, fake push poll in a post on X. We sat down with 2 of the candidates on Good Day Orlando. Ryan Elijah says affordability is his top issue, while Sarah Ulrich says she wants to bring a fresh face to Washington.
The establishment picks that we've been given are not that great. I know more than this, and I can actually think and do the job well and give people an option where they know they'll be represented.
I don't think you can run right now without affordability. And we hear that. I had school teachers come up to me the other day and say, hey, we're supporting you, but will you please fight for us because we're struggling to pay our bills. Those are the people that you represent. Those are the people that count on you. There's a lot of things we can do with affordability.
We did ask Mills and Michael Johnson to join us. They couldn't make it, but they have spoken previously.
The reality is Democrats don't want us to be able to secure elections. We can't work across the aisle with people who believe in open borders and not having secured elections.
And on the Democratic side, 3 candidates are in the mix. Bale Dalton, Alan Grayson, and Maria Lana Kinter. All 3 laid out their priorities during a recent forum.
These are big questions that folks are struggling with, right? You know, how are our families going to continue to make ends meet?
One of the best paths to get money into people's pockets is by having renewable energy and energy independence, so we aren't reliant on overseas price hikes and overseas foreign policy.
I'm about making sure that everybody has a decent job, that everybody has self-respect, that everybody can support themselves.
And polls will remain open until 7 p.m. Reporting in Sanford, Amanda Ruiz, Fox 13 News.
All right, a big thank you to our Fox 35 Orlando team providing us updates here in Tampa. We are going to have primary election coverage all across the state for you. I know they've got some streaming plans and other cable coverage tonight on Fox 35 Orlando, here on Fox 13 Tampa. On our Fox Local app, you can watch me, Craig Patrick, a lot of our different reporters out at campaign events, as well as some local professors that are going to chime in and watch the races and the results as they happen in real time and give us their insight. So be sure to check us out later tonight. We're working a full day for you. All right, everyone, we are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. Some of our coverage this hour is not going to be primary election related, but it is going to bring us some cool stories all across Florida. When we come back, we are actually going to, oh, I do apologize. That was not supposed to play. Here we go. We're going to take a look at Polytechnic University, Florida Polytechnic University, kicking off its first ever collegiate athletics program. And we're actually going to be joined by the athletic director. So stay tuned for that fun conversation. All right, everyone, welcome back into Fox Tampa Bay Live. History will be made tonight for Florida Polytechnic University as the school kicks off its first ever collegiate athletics program. The Florida Poly Phoenix men's soccer team will take the field against Weber International University, marking the first intercollegiate sporting event in the university's history. The match kicks off at 7 tonight at the Lake Myrtle Sports Complex in Auburndale with a pregame tailgate beginning at 5. So joining us to talk about this major milestone is Florida Poly's first athletic director, Derek Lauer. Derek, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on such an exciting day. How are you feeling right now?
Oh, excited. We've been waiting for this for a while.
Yeah, walk me through. Obviously, Florida Polytechnic, a STEM-focused university, but or a college, I should say, but what made you guys finally decide we want to have different athletic teams? How long has this been in the works?
Yeah, so it's really just about the growth of the university. So the university is entering its 12th year now. Over the first 10 years, it was about building a solid foundation of academics, getting the student body population up. And then after that, it was, okay, what's next? How do we create more of that university experience, that campus life, that student experience when they enter the university? So we got together with our students. Our president drove the initiative to talk to our students about, would they like athletics? As soon as the students said yes, he took off. So we've been working on this for about the last year. Once we got the students okay, we've been pushing it forward. We announced in March that we were going forward with the project, and then here we are in August at our first game.
Awesome. And I mean, a year, that's not a lot of time. I mean, you have built this program from the ground up, hiring coaches and recruiting athletes. Walk me through what that has looked like for you. I mean, that's not an easy task.
Yeah, it's a lot of support from the team. So we started off by hiring the coaches. So we brought on 7 head coaches, with the last one being hired June 1st. So from December to June, we were just in constant interviews. As soon as each one of them got here, they were tasked with bringing a team. It's difficult to take the field without a team. So each one of them have gone out, recruited really high quality students as well as athletes. So being that STEM university, we want to make sure we focus on the academics piece as well. But we also want to win on the field. So I'm very excited about the prospects that our coaches have brought in.
That's so awesome. And how does it work? Walk me through. Forgive me if this is a loaded question, but I mean, you obviously have to play in a certain division and play certain teams. How does that work? How is it determined who ends up on your schedule this year?
Sure. So this is kind of like a probationary period for us.
Okay.
Our goal is to be part of the NAIA and part of the Sun Conference is, again, our ultimate goal here. So this year is all about making sure we can go out and compete in an actual season. So our coaches went out, scheduled games, created a full calendar of games and matches with as many high quality opponents as we could just to prove ourselves. So this year is a lot of practice as well as going out there and just showing that, hey, we can complete a season at a very high level.
And I mean, listen, STEM is pretty rigorous. It is not a hard thing or not an easy thing to focus on while also being a student athlete. What has your feedback been from the athletes so far as they've practiced and kind of gotten a rhythm?
Yeah, absolutely. They're excited. So yesterday was the first day of classes. So I met with a lot of them and said, hey, how was class? And they're like, well, good so far. So there's a full semester ahead of them. But there's plenty of support. So the university offers a wide level of academic support for all students. So the options are there. So they'll be okay.
And tell me what this moment of them walking on the field tonight for their first game, what that is going to mean to you and these athletes.
Yeah, so it's a little piece of our history. So the university is new. So for the longest time, it felt like every day was a new piece of history. But I think this one marks kind of a bigger spot there. So for our athletes to take a chance on us, come out to us starting a brand new program, and for all of our students in our community to be out there as well, because athletics isn't just for the student athletes. It's all about our student population, our faculty, our staff, our surrounding community, and anybody who wants to be a fan of Florida Poly. So again, it's just going to be an exciting moment and a bigger step onto how we do in the future.
And soccer is not where it ends. How many sports did you guys open up to student athletes?
Yep. So we're starting off with 8 sports. So men's and women's soccer, men's and women's cross country are the fall sports, men's and women's basketball for winter, and then baseball and softball for spring.
All right. Tell me about the game tonight, about the tailgate, how people watching can support. Tell me all the things.
Yeah, absolutely. So kickoff is at 7 p.m. Starting at about 6:45, we'll have a little pregame ceremony where our president, Dr. Stevenson, will speak. We'll hand out a game ball. There will be a live national anthem. But prior to that will be our tailgate hosted by our Student Government Association. So again, just speaks to the broader campus population. A lot of support from our Campus Activities Board, as well as our Student Government Association, to have food trucks out there, different games, and a lot of just camaraderie for the campus community.
That's going to be so great. And I can imagine, especially with doing this in a short amount of time, that you have to take it day by day. But what does the athletics at Florida Poly look like in the long term for you?
Sure. So just winning championships and graduating student athletes. Those are the 2 biggest pieces that we can hope for. And then obviously as many fans as we can fit in the stands that we can get.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Derek, for taking time to join us on what is going to be a very exciting day for the university. Anything else we missed? Anything else you want to add before we wrap this up, and wish you good luck on the field?
Hey, we hope to see you all out there. That's the biggest thing. So come out and support.
Definitely. Well, you've got both Tampa and Orlando audiences watching right now. So hopefully both sides of Florida show up. Derek, thank you very much. Best of luck to you. Congratulations on a historic position, and good luck this season.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, everyone. We are going to continue on with some more news and live conversations coming up in the next half hour. I know we're with you until about noon, and then Fox 35, you're going to have Haley join you. We're going to have the news at noon here in Tampa. What we're going to do is we're going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we'll be right back with some more news and headlines and some in-depth conversations about primary elections. All right, everybody, welcome into Fox Tampa Bay Live. We are back here on a primary day across the state of Florida. The polls are open, and one of today's biggest decisions is who Republicans want to lead the state for the next 4 years. A crowded field competing to succeed term-limited Governor Ron DeSantis, but Congressman Byron Donalds does enter primary day as the clear frontrunner. He has President Trump's endorsement, a commanding fundraising advantage, and a lead in the latest polling. He is up against several different candidates, but the top four right now seem to be investor James Fishback, Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins, former State House Speaker Paul Renner, and then you've also got other Republican candidates as well. And he is going to have a busy day ahead, but he has made time to join us here on Fox Tampa Bay Live. Congressman Donalds, how you doing today? Happy primary day.
I'm doing very well. Happy primary day to everybody. Thanks for having me on.
Of course. Well, you've got people heading to the polls right now until 7 p.m. So, Congressman, I guess to start off, what is your final pitch to voters ahead of the results coming in tonight?
Listen, I love the state of Florida. I moved here 30 years ago. Everything in my life has been built in this state. I've been married 23 years. I have 3 sons, 22, 19, and 15. My career was in finance. I spent 17 years in banking, insurance, and financial services before politics. And I actually have one of the most conservative voting records in all of America. My time on Capitol Hill, the last 6 years, and before that, 4 years in the State House. And so my mission is to make sure that Florida remains number one. We're the best state in America. Everybody knows it. And that's because we embody simple principles based upon common sense and constitutionalism, limited government, low taxes, and law and order. And those are going to be the standards of the state of Florida going forward. Very fortunate to have the endorsement from President Trump, but also our former governor, Rick Scott, 43 of the sheriffs in the state of Florida, and so many others who are backing my campaign because they know that as the state's next governor, we are going to keep the Florida dream alive and well, and we're going to make sure that we tackle the affordability issues that are, quite frankly, impacting so many Floridians.
I know, and that actually leads me to my next question, Congressman, because you have talked a lot about making Florida more affordable. Your finance background definitely leads you to be the right person to do that. But Republicans have been in charge of the state for decades at this point. So do you feel Republicans have had to take some responsibility for how expensive it has become to live in the state?
Well, part of the reason it's become very expensive is because so many people have chosen to come to Florida. You have to understand that when Governor DeSantis opened up our state and he made the absolute right decision to not lock us down like they were not locked down in New York and New Jersey and so many other states, people chose Florida. They wanted the freedom. They wanted to make sure that they were in a state that made sense. Part of that was the rise up in housing prices, because you then have a situation where you have less supply on the market. So we have to get in the game of making it simpler to build housing, making sure that we're efficient with people's time so that the cost of construction isn't going up because of government processes and government bureaucracy. So we're going to modernize that. If you look at prices overall, we are still having to work our way out from the disastrous economy from Joe Biden and the Democrat Party. It was their inflation that caused prices to rise 9% year over year, the worst inflation Americans have seen in over 50 years in this country, brought to us by the Democrat Party. So what you're seeing in Florida is, yes, prices have gone higher in some of our markets, but insurance, the governor actually did some real tort reform a couple of years ago. That's beginning to stabilize our insurance market. We have more carriers coming in. I want to build upon that by reforming the regulatory side, and we believe we could push prices down 20% in the insurance markets with common sense reforms that are long overdue. Of course, we want to save money when it comes to property taxes for every Floridian. And like I said at the top, 30% of the cost of building a new home in our country is government costs, not pipes, not sheetrock, not a roof, not appliances, government. And so government has to modernize, and we're going to do that as governor.
And I mean, I want to talk about the Trump administration for a second. President Trump has been very clear about backing you, but Governor DeSantis has never endorsed anyone. So, I mean, were you disappointed that you didn't get his support, or where do you stand on that?
Well, look, in any campaign, there's things that you can control and there's things that you can't. We've been focused on talking to the voters of this state. My campaign has knocked over 550,000 doors all across Florida. We've crisscrossed the state in every community in Florida, talking about the policies and the vision for the future of our state. And we think that we'll find out tonight that that's been an incredibly successful strategy for being focused on the people of the state. We'd love to have Governor DeSantis' support. We'll see what happens as the primaries close and we move into the general election. But I think it's important for people who are watching you and all across the Tampa Bay area need to understand is that the reason why we are the free state of Florida is because of common sense conservatism brought to us by Governor DeSantis. If David Jolly were to win, he would undo everything that Ron DeSantis has done. And that's not why people continue to live in Florida. And that's not why so many Americans have chosen Florida.
And I want to talk about your campaigning for a second, because we get a lot of the events live streamed back to our newsroom. I feel like you have made it a point to be in the Tampa Bay area and Orlando a lot. I know that's where your campaign party is going to be tonight. Why was it so important for you to hear from those voters in those specific cities?
Well, listen, honestly, we've been in every city. We've been everywhere from the Panhandle through the Tampa Bay area, Northeast Florida, the heartland counties of our state, obviously South Florida, Palm Beach and Miami and Fort Lauderdale, and here at home where I live in Southwest Florida. We've been everywhere because every voter in our state matters. We want to fully understand the things that are impacting them. And so really for the first year of my campaign, it wasn't rally stops. It was Q&A. It was really getting a chance to hear through a town hall format from people all across Florida. And then from that guides your thinking about what's important to the people of our state, how the policies need to be shaped in order to represent them and help their lives be better. But we have spent a lot of time in Tampa and Orlando. There's a lot of voters there, but we've gone to every part of Florida, taking our message of defending the Florida dream that our people love and cherish here in Florida.
Congressman, you have been the front runner through much of this race. Are you just looking for a win tonight, or does that margin of victory matter to you as well?
Well, I don't get into margins. I'll leave that for a lot of news anchors tonight and tomorrow, but there's no substitute for victory. We just want to make sure that we get through the primary process. Obviously, you want that to be as resounding as you can possibly have it. But we've seen primaries in our state before. Some of them are tight. Some of them are pretty wide open. We just want to be successful, earn the vote from the people of Florida, and then we move forward onto the November election.
Yeah, and obviously we don't want to get ahead of the primary, but David Jolly, as you mentioned, has been the Democratic frontrunner here. If you both win these nominations tonight, how would you approach running against Jolly, a former Republican?
There's going to be many contrasts. David Jolly is somebody who said that he's now a proud Democrat at the age of 53. I don't know how that happens when somebody just decides to change party in their 50s. I just don't understand that one, but be that as it may, that's what he's chosen to do. David Jolly is somebody who still believes it's okay for kids to get transgender surgeries as minors. I think that's crazy. So does most of America. Quite frankly, so does the American Medical Association now. They finally came out and recognized reality and biology and said that we shouldn't be doing those surgeries, but David Jolly still thinks they're okay. David Jolly decided that Dr. Fauci had impeccable judgment, unimpeachable judgment. And when Ron DeSantis opened our state, he left Florida and went to Pennsylvania. Well, I'm sorry. Anybody who chose Fauci over Florida doesn't deserve to lead our state. And so I think the contrasts in the general election are real. And those are just some bedrock cultural issues in our state. And that's before you even get to the economic policy. And we're going to make sure that we very clearly explain the differences in our economic policy and why my campaign will have the right strategy to make Florida more affordable for the people who live here.
All right. Congressman, anything else you want voters to know? I know that you are going to be with supporters in Orlando tonight. You're joining us from Naples, as you've been doing. You've got a road trip ahead of you. Who will you be there with, and what is tonight going to be like from your perspective?
Oh, well, honestly, I kind of let my team run that one. We've been so focused crisscrossing the state and seeing voters. We anticipate it's going to be a packed house tonight in Orlando. But what I want to communicate to the people of our state is, like I said, I moved here when I was 17 years old. That was 30 years ago. I'm 47 years old right now. I've been able to build the Florida dream for myself and my wife to have a great life here in Florida. And when I'm 77 years old, when I'm way out of politics, I just want to sit back and enjoy the fact that Florida has remained number one. So every decision we make as governor is not about the 4 years of a governor's term. It's about the next 30 years for the state of Florida and the people who call Florida home. And that's why I want to represent them as the state's next governor.
All right. Well, Representative Byron Donalds, we appreciate you and your busy day making time for us here on Fox Tampa Bay Live. Best of luck to you. And we'll be covering all the results live tonight. We'll actually have a crew at your campaign event. So we'll see you at some point soon.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me on. Have a good day.
Thank you. Take care. All right, everyone. Remember, we are going to bring you live results as they come in. Insight from local, political science professors, as well as our own political reporters that are not only going to be here in studio with us, but they are also going to be out at campaign events like Byron Donalds. You're going to have Aaron Mesmer with David Jolly in Miami. And it is important to mention that we did reach out to all of the top gubernatorial candidates, both Republican and Democrat. It's a very, very busy day for them. So Byron Donalds and his team did respond. We were able to get something on the schedule, but it is important for you to see several different perspectives in this race. So what we want to do right now is we did, over the course of the last week, bring you campaign events from a lot of these candidates. Our team over at Fox 35 in Orlando, I know Garrett spoke to Mr. Fishback. So what we're going to do is we're going to play for you each of their perspectives, some short bites, but gives you some insight into what each candidate is running for and why.
Vote your mind. You stand for what you believe in, and there is nobody who's going to tell you to do anything you don't want to do. And that's why Florida leads, because we have courage, we have conviction, and obviously we have candor. That is the Florida way. So look, I believe what I see and what I hear. And I know this is a lot closer than what the polls show because I've seen it every day. And I'll give you this counter thought process. Why would Byron spend $30+ million on TV ads if he wasn't sweating it? Why would the president endorse a fifth time?
Because I love Florida, and I fear that we are losing the state that we love. Farmland is disappearing. Data centers are being forced on our communities. It has never been more expensive to live in our state. So whether you're a young college grad trying to get a job, a young couple trying to raise a family, or a retiree trying to get by on Social Security, I'm fighting for you in the state that we love.
Well, the governor obviously could help in consolidating, but you're right that he doesn't want Donalds. He's said as much publicly many times, and so but we see momentum. I mean, nonetheless, we see momentum that people want the adult in the room.
And Allison Camerado of CNN said, "Jolly, you're just making too much sense." Well, you know what? So is 80% of the state that is begging for gun violence prevention legislation, so let's just do it.
All right, everyone. And again, be sure to join us tonight. Special coverage from 7 o'clock to 10 p.m. We'll be checking in on all the results as they come in live. We've got reporters across the state at campaign events for some of these major candidates. And we'll also have some live insight from local political science professors who have been following these races closely as well. All right, we have basically hit the mark on our primary election coverage, at least for the afternoon. We just said, as we mentioned, we'll be joining you again tonight. But we wanted to also have some in-depth conversations that are very Florida-centric, and it actually kind of weaves into the primary election coverage, because if you've ever been in a newsroom for election coverage, whether it's primaries or the general elections, Pizza is what's on the menu for everyone that is working extra hours in the newsroom. I know we're going to have some great pizza tonight. Well, when we come back, we are actually going to be joined by a Florida pizza enthusiast who has actually worked with congressional leaders and has a full document to prove that Florida, after much effort, is now considered a great state to eat pizza. So we'll be live with that interview when we come back. Stick with us. All right, my friends, we are about to have probably what is going to be one of my favorite conversations of the day. If you have ever worked an election night in a newsroom, you know there is one unofficial rule. There will be pizza, lots of it. It's great fuel. Honestly, you know me, I could just woof down a slice in like -10 seconds. So as we prepare for our special primary coverage tonight and stream to viewers across the Sunshine State, we figured this was the perfect time to settle a very important question. Where can you find Florida's best slice? Well, our next guest may be the most qualified person in the state to answer that question. Jeff Berman has visited more than 300 Florida pizza restaurants, organizes pizza crawls, and founded Pizza Lovers of Florida. His work even helped earn Florida official recognition in the congressional record as a pizza destination. Look at this document right now. So we are going to welcome on Jeff to Fox Tampa Bay Live. And I have to admit, we did steal him a little bit from Haley Hines. She did a whole unscripted segment with you, Jeff, and I was just so enamored of your knowledge, your love for pizza. I'm from New York, so pizza, of course, is my favorite food. And I will say, Jeff, when I moved here in 2014, I got to admit, as a New Yorker who's picky, I thought the pizza was slacking a little bit, but as the years went on, there have just been so many better options. Hello to you. How are you doing?
Hi, Regina. Thank you so much for having me on. I'm doing great. And as you mentioned, today is a great day to have pizza.
Yeah. It's fast, it's easy, it's great fuel. Jeff, let's start off with you. Talk to me about where this love for pizza came about and what inspired you to become a Florida pizza enthusiast.
So I've always been a pizza fanatic. So earliest childhood memory, you know, you spend time with family, you have the routines every Thursday, grab a pizza with family, share it with them. Every weekend, you go to the movies to get pizza beforehand. I remember when I was 10 years old, the local pizza joint, Mr. Tom's, they noticed that I was getting pizza so much. They would ask me, would you like to start a tab? Literally had my parents approve a tab for getting pizza, paying it monthly as a 10-year-old. So literally every single time I could get pizza, it's what was for dinner.
I mean, and it's just so easy. There's so many different ways that you can eat it, and we could talk about that for ages. But Jeff, you have visited more than 300 pizza restaurants across Florida. When you do this, because I was actually looking on your social media page last night for any video pictures we can grab, and I just wanted to screen record the whole photo album. It's just pizza review after pizza review. What are you looking for when you give these reviews to your audience?
So, you know, it's an objective review where I'm looking for what ingredients are they using, you know, doing analysis across crust, sauce, cheese. Is it acidic? Did they do a long fermentation? Does it have a good open crumb structure? What equipment are they using? Are they using a spiral mixer? You know, what's the provenance of the pizzaiolo that's made the pizza? Any history in regards to it? So it's really the full spectrum from an objective assessment. You know, there's a lot of pizza reviewers that are out there across the country, a lot of influencers. I consider myself a pizza enthusiast, not an influencer. I'm someone that's very passionate about pizza. And I'm also someone that loves pizza. And I feel like if you're going to evaluate pizza, you need to understand pizza. So I've been making pizza myself 15 years. You know, I use every ingredient there is. I even mill my own flour. So really just try to take a holistic, objective assessment when I go in and evaluate the pizza.
And I mean, I'm sure you learn a thing or two from people like Dave Portnoy. One bite, everyone knows the rules. But I mean, he obviously, he kind of created his own brand. And now you are really marketing to that Florida audience. Like you said, not an influencer, more of a connoisseur, if you want to say. And something that you've also done is had pizza bring people together. Pizza crawls. First of all, I need to join the next one. Second of all, you have to tell me how that happened and how that works.
You know, a pizza crawl is really, I think, the biggest gap that was missing in a lot of the groups that are out there. A lot of the reviewers that do it, it's solo, it's independent. I wanted community. So a pizza crawl brings together local members in regions across the state to try multiple different pizzerias, multiple different styles, and evaluate and come to a cohesive opinion as a group. So, you know, for example, you know, just last night I posted one of my events that's going to be next month in Pinellas County. And, you know, we're going to go to 4 different spots. We'll go to, you know, the Violet Stone. We'll get their Sicilian. We're going to go to Nona Slice House to get their Detroit. We'll go to Gino's New York style and get their grandma. And then we'll end at Madison Avenue and get their New York style, old school 96-hour dough. So it's a really fun way with a really low cost of entry. Try a variety of pizzas, different styles. And, you know, it's not a battle against each other. It's really just an objective assessment where people can provide their feedback. And it's actually been really beneficial where pizzerias have changed their ingredients. They changed their process. They've improved for the better. So it's a really fun day out.
Oh, yeah. No, that sounds like the best day out. Do you ever get, is there ever a point where you're just like, wow, I'm full. I can't eat this anymore?
Very rarely. So I eat pizza every day. And, you know, I try to space it out. So people might think, hey, you're going to go to 4 pizzerias in a day. I can't do that. It's one slice. You're typically at the spot about an hour. So it's 4 slices over across about a 4-hour period. So, you know, people have really loved it, really enjoyed it. And, you know, I've done crawls that have been much longer than that to try to do a sampling across. But I've been eating pizza a long time, so I don't think anybody else is trying to do 12 slices in a day like I might do occasionally. But yeah, it's really, like I said, a really great time out.
I love it. We need to talk about something your work. You truly fought for Florida when it comes to putting us on the map as a pizza destination, because obviously you've got New York, Detroit style pizza, Chicago style pizza. Why did you make it a point to get in touch with our elected officials and get Florida congressional designation as a pizza destination? You have to walk me through that.
Absolutely. So, there's been a long perception that Florida does not have great pizza, right? So I wanted to shift the paradigm that, only New York has good pizza, only, New Haven has good pizza, Detroit, Chicago. There's so many amazing pizza destinations across the country, but they're unique for their own style. Florida is different, that Florida has literally every style there is. So if you look at the aspect that, what they have, we have something unique. So I reached out to Congressman Bill Rackus. I provided the proposal of what all these pizzaiolos have been doing historically over the past 10 years. We have a lot of members of the U.S. Pizza Team. We have the Pizza Tomorrow Summit that's hosted right here in Orlando. So it's people that are just doing pizza different. And then you also have to remember, Florida is huge on tourism. Florida is huge on transplants that are moving across the country that are coming here. So they brought their historical recipes with them. And the landscape of the pizza 10 years ago is very different than the landscape of today. So he fully wanted to support the initiative, submitted the formal congressional record extension of remarks as of last Monday. And Florida is officially a pizza destination.
I love that so much. Okay, I know we're inching towards the noon hour, Jeff. We are streaming right now for both Tampa and Orlando viewers. I wish I had time to make an actual visual graphic that they could see, but give me your top pizza spots, maybe not only in both areas, but I know you kind of gave me a list just across the state.
Absolutely. So I'm going to break it down three ways. So my overall across the street, you got Uncle Rico's in Fort Myers. You got By the Chef in Lakeland, which I'm actually going to be there this Sunday with the group. Bella Napoli in Port Charlotte is the best Roman in the state. Tralia is a Michelin selected restaurant, absolutely incredible artisan round, as well as Detroit over in Sarasota. And then Angelo's over in Hernando, incredible. For Tampa Bay, the Nota Slice House in Safety Harbor, incredible Detroit, Soto Square. Original Flavor 1899 is one of the best Neapolitans. Violet Stone, there's the St. Pete location. Tampa comes next month. And then Madison Avenue in Dunedin. And then for Orlando, you have Sal's Pizza Bar, Soto Square again, Grand Central Pizza Station, which does New York style. And they also recently started doing New Haven to Beats. Doughboys, which has Oviedo and Longwood locations. And my favorite thing about Doughboys is their tagline is, it's not the water. There's a lot of perceptions about New York, it's the water.
Yes.
Great water. I call myself a pizzaologist. If you look at it from a, pH perspective, total dissolved solid perspective, it's not the water. And finally, Pizzeria Del Dio over in Orlando, classical Brooklyn style. It's great.
I love it. Listen, this is not an advertisement. Nona's in Safety Harbor. That is actually I think my parents are going there tomorrow when they come to Florida. And I always say to them, I'm like, listen, I know we're from New York. I know you don't come to Florida to eat pizza necessarily, but pizza has evolved so much with places like you just mentioned that New Yorkers do come here to eat pizza now. And Jeff, your page is a great way to find other places that you find and are headed to. How can people follow your pizza journey?
Absolutely. So on Facebook, we run a group called Pizza Lovers of Florida. It's open to everybody to join. So join the group. You can also get there from pizzaloversoflorida.com. We'll also get you there. Join the group. Come on a call. Have some fun. Meet some people. Share a slice. Support your local small business. Support your local pizzeria. Support small business.
Yeah, no, that's huge. And I think that's a big reason that people love you so much and you've developed such a following is because it's the local businesses that keep us afloat. And if a local business can get a slice of pizza right, then they will have a slice to your heart. Jeff Berman, thank you so much for taking time to join us here on Fox Tampa Bay Live. We appreciate you. And we will definitely be talking to you again soon because I could talk about pizza forever.
Thanks, Regina.
Thank you so much. And guys, as I mentioned at the top of this interview, we did steal him from Fox 13's Haley Hines. So definitely, if you can, go and check out our Fox Local app. That is where you will find this segment with Haley and Jeff. It is a 30-minute sit-down conversation where this doesn't normally happen, but they actually took it to the kitchen. This video is actually coming from one of our cameras as they were judging a pizza in real time. So it's a great conversation. I was tuning in last night. You got to check it out. Jeff is great, and we're so grateful that he was able to join us. Okay, guys. Well, that is going to do it for our early coverage here on the stream. We are going to send you guys to one more commercial break, but regardless if you're watching in Orlando or in Tampa, there is going to be primary election coverage full force from both teams tonight, 7 to 10 p.m. and even before that in our normal newscast. So be sure to check it out. Head to the polls, make your voices heard, and we will see you later. Thanks so much.
Bag and retrieve 2 long-duration tie-down tethers. Report.
Really good clearances here. This looks like clearly getting better. I've got good control of the scan.
Copy and concur. All clearances are improving. No starting motion, body left. 3, 2, 1.
Body left, and I'm watching the dish, keeping it clear of the boom. I'm putting a little lean back in. I've got primary eyes on clearances on this side. I've got a good meter, fish to boom.
Mill starting motion, body in 3, 2, 1.
Okay, and I'm going to keep clearances from Sophie here. Sophie, I've got eyes on you. Keeping the dish in position for a handoff. I'm right off your right shoulder, Sophie. I got a meter distance from you.
Okay.
And for Sophie, if you're able to move to the nadir side of that handrail, that'll allow Emil to get in a little bit more. If you can slide down to the bottom of handrail 2.
North.
And I'm deconflicting with my body movement, and I think I've got good clearance of about a meter.
Copy, and good work.
So this is the published handoff position.
Published, okay. Let's hold here for a second and see where Sophie lines up. I'm not, essentially not done yet. So let's stop GCA. Give comm back to people, and then I might rehack this when she gets set up.
Okay, reminder, this is the one that we are not putting the brakes on, so we will stop GCA for now, but we do have additional clearance we can give you if you need it.
Copy.
Okay, and for Sophie, we'll just be retrieving those 2 long-duration tie-down tethers and moving to the base of Z1. And between the 2 of you, just please maintain RET awareness on the S-scan as we hand it off. The final tie-down is with long-duration tie-down tethers, but in order to get it from Anil to Sophie, we probably don't need to do a RET swap.
Copy, RET swap.
I also need to do a RET swap from the... I'm just checking the number of RETs that I have. One is taken for the ratchet wrench right now, which was not initially planned. So I'm just retrieving 1 long-duration tether right now, right? Correct?
You will want to retrieve both of them.
Both of them. Copy.
If you need an additional wrench, you could always move the ratchet wrench onto an AET.
I think I'm good because I'm going to put because we have 2 hooks on the LDTV, I'm going to put 1 hook on my mini workstation.
Okay, copy.
For Robo, Ann, and Jessica, a future egress position is potentially just body in maybe a meter.
Yeah, no, we can tell you what Robo had planned for you. It was coming body right and then going body in, and we think that would bring you to the handrail that we were talking about on the boom.
Gotcha. Would a body in from here cause a conflict with the other things you're avoiding, like SASA, etc.?
No, we don't. I don't think so. This had you coming body in to about by like up to 300 centimeters, so that would be another 1.5 meters.
Yeah.
And then you can have the right as well if you need it to get down to that handrail.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is the body right just brings me up Venus when I'm trying to go nadir, and so we could omit that and save time.
We believe that will work. We will verify.
Okay, one is retrieved and is on my mini workstation, working on the second one.
Copy.
And again, that was the NASA spacewalk, U.S. Spacewalk 97, right outside the International Space Station, where Anil Menon and Sophie Adano are fixing that space-to-ground antenna on the station's Z1 truss segment. We're about to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but first, we want to hear from you on this primary election day. As we kind of end this voting period, what are you most excited to vote yes on ending? Endless TV commercials for political campaigns, flyers in your mailbox, texts blowing up your phone, or unsolicited debate conversations. You can scan that QR code in the top right-hand corner there, or visit fox35orlando.com/vote. We want to hear from you. You can also see another QR code down there in the left-hand corner. We want to see your I voted sticker selfies. So scan that QR code to send us a picture outside the polls. We don't want to get anyone in trouble here, but send us a picture with your sticker to show that you voted in this primary. We're going to leave this up for a second here, but we will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back to Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Hayden Wiggs. What you're seeing live now on your screen is a scene from just outside the landmark Meta trial, which starts today in Oakland, California, over claims that Facebook and Instagram were intentionally designed to hook children and teens. This case is being brought up by a coalition of 29 states seeking massive financial penalties of up to $1.4 trillion. So outside the courthouse, we're hearing now from families who are personally affected by this case. And we are going to listen in now to their testimonies.
Be the standard. I'm demanding that lawmakers stop protecting predators in suits and start protecting our children, our future. Riley's story shouldn't have been just another headline. It should have been a turning point. It should have been the end. This banner keeps growing because of corporate predatory design choices. Thank you for being here, and some other survivor parents are going to share their story. Next up, we're so glad to have Dawson. Dawson is one of the youth advocates here with us. Thank you so much, Dawson.
Hello everyone, my name is Dawson Kelly, D-A-W-S-O-N-K-E-L-L-Y, and I'm with Design It For Us. My name is Dawson Kelly. I'm a UC Berkeley student and a member of Design It For Us. We are a coalition of over 600 young people advocating for policy that protects us online and holding big tech accountable. But before any of that, I was a guinea pig. As a child, I was unknowingly subject in a great experiment, one in which the company inside that courthouse reduced my childhood into watch time and sold it to advertisers. One in which people who understood my brain better than I did, knowingly and deliberately addicted me to apps that pulled me out of the real world and stunted my growth. One in which designers exploited the insecurities and awkwardness that come with growing up in order to create a machine that distracted and divided us. For more than 2 decades, they ran their experiment on an entire generation. They measured us, tested us, and optimized us. To them, we were not children. We were data. But this week, the experiment itself goes on trial. 29 states inside that courthouse saying what every kid who lived this already knows, that none of this was an accident. They did this knowing they were harming kids, all by design in pursuit of another dollar. My parents' generation watched the same 3 television channels. They argued, sure, but they argued about the same world. These companies got my generation and siloed them into 1 billion private channels, each one high-tuned to hijack our weaknesses. Holding these companies accountable will not bring back the time or the people we have all lost. But this justice brings us closer to a world where addiction is no longer our predetermined destiny. A world where when I wake up and the first thing I think about is my own life, not the question of whether I'm enough, not the version of me they're selling before I even get out of bed. A world where our ability to be present isn't up for grabs the moment we come out of the womb and auctioned off to this multi-trillion-dollar industry. A world where presence is the default of the next generation, the way it was for every generation before mine. A world where my generation is not remembered as the anxious generation, but the generation that is beginning to get its life back. That world becomes a possibility through this trial, through the tireless efforts of parents and advocates and lawyers, through the increasing number of people across the globe that are building the courage to stand up to these corporations that have taken too much from us. That world gets a little closer today. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Josh Lowenthal. I'm an Assembly member. I'm the Speaker Pro Tem of the Assembly. I represent Long Beach. Last name spelled Lowenthal. I'm the lead author of AB 2, and AB 1709 that are moving through the California legislature. And I want to thank the parents, the survivors, the young people that are here, standing here together today. It takes an extraordinary courage to relive the unspeakable pain here in the public eye and to turn grief into action. We see you. We hear you. We're inspired by you. And we're taking action. I'm here not just as state legislator today, but as a father of 3 daughters. And like so many of you, I live this every single day. Every day I watch my girls navigate a digital world where platforms are running a massive, uncontrolled experiment on our children's minds, optimizing every scroll, every notification or engagement, not their well-being. And we didn't consent to that experiment. Our kids didn't either. And now we're seeing the results in the form of anxiety, depression, and in the most heartbreaking of cases, empty chairs at our family dinner tables. 80 miles from here in our state capital, we are on the doorstep of passing 2 of the most consequential laws in the country to change the relationship kids have with social media. The first will limit companies from deploying addictive features against kids under 16. Infinite scroll, autoplay, recommended algorithms, notifications, the very design choices engineered to hook developing brains. The second holds social media platforms financially liable when they're found negligent for the harm that they cause our kids. And we are developing and crafting this legislation so it can be cut and pasted and brought to state houses across the country until we get our federal government to act, because they have been derelict in their duty, providing no action, no oversight for this anxious generation, and we all see the results. Let's be clear about something. Legislation in and of itself will not get this done. What's happening in this courtroom, the litigation that you are pursuing, the truth that you are demanding to be told under oath, that work, shoulder to shoulder with the legislators across this country fighting the same fight, is how real change happens. It's a combination of that courage and those laws that will finally force accountability. And of note, the 29 states that are here are red states, blue states, purple states, just like the legislation that is moving across California. It is red, it is blue, it is purple. It is affecting every family in every corner of this state. In fact, I've yet to come across a family of school-age children that are not struggling with this issue. And I can tell you, it is the worst feeling of any parent to go into your child's room at 8 or 9 in the evening and they're by themselves, completely and totally stressed out. It has to change. We're demanding change, and we won't back down. So again, to the families, to the survivors, to everyone who chooses to stand up when it would have been so much easier to stay silent, we thank you. We're not stopping until every child is safer because of your work here. With that, I'd like to introduce true hero and inspiration to me, Juliana Arnold of Parents Rise.
Hi everyone, my name is Juliana Arnold, Julianna, Arnold, Arnold. My daughter, one of my daughters, who's not here with us, is Coco, C-O-C-O, Konar, K-O-N-A-R, forever 17. And this is my older daughter, Olivia Konar, Olivia, O-L-I-V-I-A, Konar, K-O-N-A-R. So I want to start out by looking at my fellow survivor parents. And I just want you guys to know that we are building Parents Rise together, and this is what it is. And you embody the spirit and the energy of what we bring with our pain and turning pain into power. And that's who we are today, because every child named today, we have Riley, Anna, Elijah, Owl, Emmy, and Coco. and thousands of others. This list doesn't even represent it's the tip of the iceberg for the number of children who have either died or been harmed by social media. So I'll tell you a little bit about my daughter, Coco. Coco was 12 when she opened Instagram for the first time in 2017, 4 years before the world learned what Meta already knew. Instagram was harming teenage girls. By her teens, she could not look away. Her scrolling became depression, then anxiety she could not escape. In that isolation, an adult man found her on Instagram, groomed her, lured her to meet him, and sold her what she thought was a Percocet for her anxiety. It was fentanyl. She was barely 17. Coco's story was not an accident. We know it was the predictable outcome of a platform Meta knew harmed children, while none of the rest of us had any idea. 5 years ago, Frances Haugen exposed Meta's own research showing it knew Instagram harmed teenage girls. Now Meta's evidence corroborates that what whistleblowers told us. And as Attorney General Bonta put it, Meta knows what it is doing is bad for kids, period. And that's what we're going to find out in this court case. And while they were doing this, families were suffering. And Meta was spending more than $13 million on lobbying Congress this year, deployed 86 lobbyists, and poured another $20 million into its own super PAC, all to fight the laws that were meant to keep kids safe and hold these companies accountable. So Meta, thus far, seems to be losing in court. So what it's turning its desperation is to Congress to give them another liability shield before the next generation of technology faces the same reckoning. That's why Zuckerberg's push into AI should alarm all of us. He says technology should empower people, not manipulate them. But why didn't that principle apply to our children? We are tired of these PR stunts and greenwashing. These cases are the only thing that's bringing out the truth through the evidence that's being discovered of what was really going on behind the closed doors of this company. And we will expose more of it through this trial. So we know we need accountability in Oakland, and Oakland can give us accountability and hold them accountable. But it is really Congress that must decide whether accountability ends here or finally begins. And thank you to Attorney General Bonta and every AG who brought this case. Thank you for standing with our children and the truth. We were there in Los Angeles and we didn't go away. We were there in New Mexico and we didn't go away. And we will not go away after Oakland. This is one of many, and we are here for the long haul. Our children should have grown up. Instead, we are left to speak for them. Let theirs be the last childhoods sacrificed to silence and inaction. Thank you.
And again, you are hearing from the families of victims personally affected by this landmark Meta trial starting today in Oakland, California, over claims that Facebook and Instagram were intentionally designed to hook children and teens. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we will be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back to Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Hayden Wiggs. Thank you so much for joining us. It's primary election day here in Florida. And earlier, we asked you all what you're most excited to vote yes on ending as this voting period comes to an end. Looks like 22% of you said endless TV commercials. The same amount for flyers in your mailbox. But it looks like the undeniable winner here is text blowing up my phone. I have to agree, I got 6 of those this morning, which was a record. So Florida here, the state that we live in, is home to roughly 4 million voters who are registered no party affiliation or with minor parties, making unaffiliated voters one of the fastest growing blocks in our state. And under Florida's closed primary system, these independent voters are generally excluded from these primary elections for federal, state, and local offices here in Florida. And while proponents argue that closed primaries preserve party autonomy and ensure candidates align with the party platforms, voter rights advocates contend that the rule disenfranchises and excludes millions of voters who could help fund public elections, but are blocked from casting a ballot here in Florida. So joining us here today, we have John Opdyke, president of Open Primaries. He is joining us here to talk a little bit more about these unregistered voters. So, John, thank you so much for joining us here today on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thanks for having me, Hayden. It's great to be here.
So my first question for you is, what are the legal and constitutional arguments that support closed primary systems versus those open primaries that we might see in other states?
Well, it's interesting. The arguments are freedom of association. To put it bluntly, you don't want Elks Club members voting in Rotary Club elections, do you? The problem with that argument is it falls apart under any scrutiny. First of all, these are publicly funded elections, the primaries. These are not private organizational elections. So when you have the government running an election using our taxpayers to fund them, everybody should be eligible. But here's the other thing. The notion that you need a closed primary system in order to maintain party integrity, it's actually the exact opposite. Because when you have a closed system like in Florida or in New York or in Pennsylvania, what you incentivize people to do is to join a party that they don't believe in just to be able to vote. And I know from experience, there are hundreds of thousands of independents in Florida that register with the Democratic Party or the Republican Party just to be able to vote in a primary. So they're not, so if what you want to do is make sure that the Republican Party is, only for real Republicans, a closed primary is the exact opposite of what you want to do. We just did a poll in New York that showed that 40% of Democrats in New York City, 40% are not Democrats. They're independents and Republicans that registered Democrat just to be able to vote, because the Democratic primary is the only election in New York City. And I guarantee there's similar numbers in Florida.
And kind of let's talk about those numbers. As this growth of no party affiliation, people are being no party affiliated more and more each year here in the state of Florida. How, in your opinion, does that impact overall voter turnout during these primary election cycles? Are people not interested, not casting a ballot, not going to the voting polls? How does that recent growth in NPA affiliates, in your opinion, affect the vote?
Well, I mean, at the most basic level, when you exclude 4 million people from participating, when you make it illegal for them to participate, turnout's going to go down. And we just saw, for example, in California, where they let everybody vote in the primary. And not only that, vote for whoever they want. So you can be a Democrat or a Republican, and you can vote for independents, Democrats, Greens, minor party, whatever you want, and all independents get to vote. They just had 41% voter turnout. New York State just had a closed primary. They had 9% turnout. So, when you let everybody vote, you're going to get more people participating. But let me take it one step further. When you shut out independents, here's something that happens. It's not just numbers. It's not just turnout numbers. What you end up with is a political environment, and your poll reflects that, in which The political consultants, all the people that do those texts and direct mail and commercials, everything that people get coming at them are dog whistles. Republican dog whistles, Democratic dog whistles. Because when you don't have to campaign to independent voters, when all you have to do is campaign to partisans, well, you use the tools that work with partisans, which are the other side is evil. Vote for me because Trump is going to kill your babies. Vote for me because DSA is going to turn America socialist. Those are dog whistles, and they work with certain segments of Democrats and Republicans. They don't work with independents. So when you open up the process, you create an environment in which you can change the culture. And that's what so many Americans are sick of, is this demonize the opposition culture that we live in.
And when it comes to changing that sort of closed primary structure system we have here in Florida, are there any structural or financial hurdles that exist for groups like yours or ballots seeking to overturn these closed primary principles? What sort of things do you have to overcome to make those changes?
Yeah, I wouldn't call them hurdles. I would call them mountains. They're big. I mean, we put a referendum on the ballot in 2020 for open primaries. We got 57% of the vote, which in most states would be enough to win, but you need 60% in the Florida. And on the day that we filed and got approved by the Secretary of State, we were sued by the Democratic Party of Florida and the Republican Party of Florida. I don't know, Hayden, if you know any other issue that unites the Democrats and Republicans so strongly as letting all voters vote. So, getting a referendum on the ballot is expensive and difficult. We're looking at litigation. Can we challenge this in state court? We tried it in federal court. We got all the way to the Supreme Court and we failed. We're looking at state options. We're looking at legislation. There might be an opportunity to get a bill into the legislature in Florida. We're looking at pressuring the parties directly to open up their primaries, to say to them, it's in your own self-interest if you let independents vote. So we're looking at everything that we can, but whatever we choose, it's going to be tough because people in power don't like to change the rules.
And now kind of going and looking at a day like today with a closed primary election, how does independent voters' exclusion from those primary ballots maybe affect their participation in local judicial or nonpartisan races?
Yeah, I mean, you're going to see a lot of voters stay home because the high ticket, the Senate, the big races, governor and so forth, they don't campaign. And so people sometimes don't even know that there are these important nonpartisan races at the local level and the county level. So we're going to see lower turnout among independents. And then remember, a lot of independents have registered as Democrats or Republicans. I can't tell you how many people I know in Florida. They register with a party, they vote, and then they become an independent again. So those people will fully participate. So, we'll see. I think the good news is, despite all the hurdles, all the complications, all the ways in which the parties have made it difficult to vote, Floridians are still very interested in having a government that represents them. We're not seeing, rampant cynicism step in, which could be understandable. There's still a lot of Floridians that say we've got to roll up our sleeves and remake the system so that it works for everybody. And I feel very good about that.
And my last question for you, kind of specifically talking about Florida law here, if there are any exceptions that allow non-party members to vote in a primary, and how often are those conditions met for people to be able to actually do that?
Oh, we're going to go down a rabbit hole here, Hayden. So back in 1997, 98, the voters passed a rule that says if all the candidates for a particular office are from the same party, then it creates what's called a universal primary. And that means everybody, Democrat, Republican, and Independent, they all get to vote in the primary because there is no general election. And unfortunately, consultants learned how to rig that system by filing phony write-in candidates because they don't like the universal primary. They don't like when more people get to vote. So on paper, Floridians up and down the state today should be able to vote in universal primaries, but many of them have been rigged. so that they're back to being closed party primaries, and that's something we have to get rid of. It's the press has been writing about it for 20 years. We did a report that shows it's been used hundreds of times, these fake write-in candidates by both the Democrats and the Republicans, and so eventually we're going to have to do something about that.
Well, John Opdyke, president of Open Primaries, thank you so much for joining us here today on Fox 35 News Plus. We really appreciate this.
My pleasure, Hayden. Thank you.
We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we will be right back with more coverage. We're going to be taking a look in at the Tupac trial happening there in Las Vegas, as well as taking a look back at the ISS spacewalk, as well as taking a look into the Maxwell Frost Florida Democrats voter rally that happened earlier this morning. We'll have all of that for you and more right here on Fox 35 News Plus when we come back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back to Fox 35 News Plus. Right now, we are taking a look in at the Tupac trial happening in Las Vegas. The murder trial of Dwayne Keffe D. Davis is continuing, marking the first criminal trial linked to the 1996 killing of hip-hop icon Tupac Shakur. Prosecutors are alleging that Davis, a former gang member, orchestrated the fatal drive-by shooting in retaliation for an earlier altercation involving his nephew. Davis has pled not guilty, and his defense team argues that state authorities lack physical evidence and were relying heavily on statements Davis made in past interviews or memoirs. So right here now, we are seeing a cross-examination take place right there in that courtroom, and we will listen in live.
And did you utilize those as well to render your opinions?
Yes.
I'm going to start with what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit number 44. Now, as long as you don't click that mouse, there should be a nice little arrow that comes up and you can point to it. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 44?
In the background is a green body bag, and the way that we sealed the body bag to preserve the body as evidence is we put this little blue tag through the eyelets of the zippers as they come together to demonstrate that the body was received, placed into that sealed body bag, and then received in the office with that seal intact at that time. Similarly, we also attached onto that area what will become the toe tag, the identifying marker for that particular body, that particular individual.
And if I zoom in on that, we're able to see that the name was Lassane Crooks, aka Tupac Shakur, date of death 9/13/96 at approximately 1600 or 4 p.m.
That's correct.
$45. What are we looking at, Doctor?
This is just opening up of the body bag, and then one of the first photos that was taken at the time that the body bag was opened, demonstrating the decedent and the condition that he was received in and the body bag.
And from reviewing the medical records that were part of the coroner's office file, did it appear that Mr. Shakur had survived his wounds for some period of time?
Yes.
And a lot of what we see on these photographs are evidence of medical intervention?
That's correct.
046. This is a facial shot. I know there's a ruler in the way, but this is a facial shot of Mr. Shakur.
Oh, that's correct.
And then we're not going to display all of his tattoos, but there were photographs taken, this is 47, to identify his various tattoos.
Correct.
So you can see on his right stomach there that says Thug. And then if we go to 48, on the other side it says Life. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So now I want to get to his injuries, and I'm going to start with, well, I'll start with 49. What are we looking at here?
This is the right side of the body up by the chest area. You can see the right axilla or armpit in that region. And then you could see some of the sutures of what they call a thoracotomy incision, where they've cut into the side of the chest. And then just below that, this is an entrance gunshot wound.
And then just below that thoracotomy chest, there appears to be a stitched up area. I can move my mouse too, right there. What is that?
That's a sutured chest tube site.
So he had a tube there to help drain some of what was going on in his body.
Correct. And in the previous one that had all the medical intervention, you could see from the left side there was a similar chest tube on that left side.
From your review, were you able to determine sort of the path of this particular bullet?
Yes.
And what was that?
It entered here in the right lateral aspect of the chest, just below the axilla, the armpit, and then went across the right chest space, went across the right lung, and then ended up coming to rest in what we call the sternal notch. The sternal notch is a location just between where your collarbones kind of meet up towards the center of your chest. So just beneath that, the projectile was recovered.
The nature of that type of wound, what did it physically do to him, his ability to breathe and those types of things?
So the injury to the lung would have collapsed the lung and also caused the lung to bleed. And so it was documented within the medical records that he had about 2 liters of blood in his chest cavity when they put in the chest tube to try to save him. And similarly, they ended up removing that lung to try to save him and kind of clamp off the bleeding. And then he already had multiple episodes of not becoming responsive, so he wasn't able to breathe. He was bleeding out in that area from that injury.
Additionally, I guess I should have asked this when I was back on some of the prior pictures. We're going to see a lot of pictures, or we have seen some pictures of Mr. Shakur while he's alive. We're going to see some video of him alive. He certainly looks a lot skinnier in those pictures than he does in these pictures. Is there a reason why he's so bloated in these photographs?
After they've been on the life support system, you end up not being able to circulate the fluid in the body that they're trying to give you, and so it kind of seeps into the tissues, and it makes your tissues look kind of bloated and literally bloated.
I'm going to move on to his next wound, State's Exhibit number 51. What are we looking at here?
This is the right lateral aspect of his body, so his right flank and his lateral aspect of his right thigh. And then his backside of his right hand is also within this picture.
The ruler, though, is identifying what?
The ruler is around the right lateral aspect of his thigh, so the right thigh on the lateral side.
And what is that?
And that's an entrance gunshot wound.
And can you tell me the path that bullet took?
Yes.
And go ahead.
That bullet entered in the lateral aspect of the right thigh and then went upwards into the abdomen and damaged his intestines. They ended up operating there and removed a portion of his intestines, and then during that surgery they recovered another projectile.
State's Exhibit number 52, and you can see it in 51, but now the ruler is on. Oops, try that again. Now the ruler is on that lower mark. Describe that for us.
This is like the lateral aspect of his body, or his right flank. And this wound does not penetrate into the body, but it kind of causes this deeper abrasion in this area. So this could be from like a spent projectile that might have hit something else and then hit his body, so it lost its momentum to be able to penetrate into his body further. So it kind of hit this area and created this wound on the side of his body.
Were there evidence within the medical records that Mr. Shakur had received bullet wounds sometime prior to the injuries that caused his death?
He had some scars in other areas of his body that were suggestive of that.
State's Exhibit number 53. What are we looking at?
This is the back of his right hand, and on the ring finger he has an entrance gunshot wound. This path goes through the hand and goes through that finger and then fractures that bone right by the ring finger area.
And then 54, 054. What are we looking at?
This is the exit aspect of that wound that we saw the entrance to on the back of the hand, and it kind of exits out the underside and partly in the webbing between those fingers.
Now you mentioned that during the surgery, UMC would have recovered one bullet, and then autopsy, another bullet was recovered?
That's correct.
And so, as it relates to the autopsy, showing you State's Exhibit number 55. What are we looking at here?
This is the projectile that was recovered during the autopsy. This was the one underneath the sternal notch to which I referred earlier.
And you were just listening to cross-examination testimony there from Dr. Lisa Gavin, the medical examiner at Clark County Office of the Coroner, describing the injuries that Tupac suffered on the night of his 1996 murder. We're going to take a quick break here at Fox 35 News Plus. Still lots coming up in this next hour. We hope you'll stay with us. Joining us now in studio is Fox 35 meteorologist.
Streaming on Fox Local.
Joining us now in studio is Fox 35 meteorologist Brooks Garner. Brooks, how are you doing on this fine Tuesday?
I'm trying not to sweat, not because the air conditioning isn't working here, but just by principle. It is so humid outside, call it sympathy sweat. The dew points are near 80 degrees, and anything over 75 is considered oppressive. Anything approaching 80 is downright tropical, and it's about as bad as it gets here. And because of that, we've got an extreme heat issue, Hayden. And this extreme heat's going to be with us through the next couple of days. We're going to see some changes, though, as we head toward the end of the week with rain chances going up and the temperatures going down. So without further ado, let's get to the weather maps, the latest out there. So we've got extreme heat out there, extreme heat alerts. There's an extreme heat warning for North Florida for this afternoon. Right now, this afternoon, as we are in the lunchtime hour, it is already getting there. We've got a heat advisory currently in effect for Orlando. But you see those hot pink fuchsia colors? That's a rare alert for Florida. This is that extreme heat warning where the feels like temperature, the heat index could surpass 115 degrees. And that is dangerous. Even if you're the most seasoned Floridian, here's the thing. The sweat on your skin can only evaporate so fast when it's this humid. So that results in your core temperature going up until the body can cool itself. And when dew points are near 80, it takes much longer for the sweat to evaporate. And beyond drinking ice cold water, that's really one of the only ways you can cool down. And so that's why this heat can be so dangerous. So if you're working outside on a construction site, you're at football practice this afternoon wearing the pads, you're in the band. I mean, we're looking at daytime highs here in themselves, which would be impressive, about 96 in the Villages, 95 Ocala. But when you factor in the humidity, look at these feels like temps. It's ridiculous. 115 in the Villages, 115 in Cocoa Beach. Yeah, I mean, that's legit. And by the way, this isn't in the sun. This is in the shade. So when you factor in the temp in the dew point, that's how you get the heat index. If you're standing in the sun, I mean, subjectively, you can add 20 degrees to that. Well, the surfers know it's up. They're out there paddling around on Daytona this afternoon. We've got waves there about 1 to 3 feet. High tide coming up pretty soon, about 1 p.m. But check out the water temp at 82. That'll feel refreshing considering the air temperature this afternoon is going to top out at 95 degrees at Daytona Beach. Now, the other big weather story is this. We're in day one of a big turnaround in our weather pattern, and that is the arrival of a more widespread thunderstorm setup. Yesterday, we had a few widely isolated storms. Today, they'll be more scattered to potentially numerous. After 3 p.m., with a little bit of a sea breeze, we've got a west wind blowing in from the Gulf. That'll bump up against the Atlantic sea breeze. We'll get some storms popping. Edgewater, about 4 or 5 o'clock, could see some rain, and then that moves into Orlando. I actually think it's going to be a lot more bullish than this is showing. I think we're going to have more storms than this map is showing. We've got so much heat. We've got so much humidity, and it'll be kind of expansive as they pop up. So we've got a 60% chance of rain today, tomorrow, and Thursday, and about a 50-50 shot this weekend. We may even see some higher rain chances as we head into the weekend. No tropical activity is expected over the next 7 days, so that is obviously extremely good news. And the reason for that is that the Saharan dust has pretty much killed everything that's tried to form. And as we head into early September, the peak of the hurricane season, we're going to see wind shear in the open Atlantic only increasing with the strong El Nino, and that'll be another nail in the coffin for the hurricane season, knocking down a lot of those tropical waves before they can form. We can't completely wash our hands of the hurricane season because even in the slowest year, which this one is expected to be very slow, it only takes one. And actually, this week is the anniversary of 1992's Hurricane Andrew, which formed during the tail end of an El Nino year, and obviously was a huge Cat 5 for South Florida, changing Florida forever. As far as change goes, speaking of changes, the big heat dome that's keeping us so hot today and has been having us sweat it out for the last several weeks is finally going to drift west, allowing for a trough of low pressure to come in from the north. That's an upper level low, an elongated low, going all the way down to Florida, and it's going to help to pool the moisture, bring it all together, and produce lift. And that's going to result in a more numerous thunderstorm setup and slightly cooler temperatures as we head into the weekend. So in the 7-day forecast, we know the tropics are quiet. What are the temperatures doing? Well, they'll slowly but surely start to drop. We'll go from mid-90s next couple of days to low 90s. I think it might be even cooler than that on Saturday, Sunday with like 92, 93, which is about where we should be this time of the year. But I mean, I know I'm being probably overly optimistic because 92 is pretty darn hot. but it's better than 96 and 97. And with humidity as it is today, Hayden, I mean, this is about as bad as it's going to get during the summertime here in Florida. And what an election day we've got. So for folks heading out to the polls, it's going to be a quick scurry from the car to the polling place.
I know. I went to go cast my vote the other day, and I was standing in line outside the polling place just fanning and trying so hard.
Yeah, it's impossible. So you just have to accept it. You have to embrace it like it embraces you. That is the humidity.
Well, thank you so much, Fox 35's meteorologist Brooks Garner.
You got it.
We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. Coming back from that break, we're going to take you to the Maxwell Frost Democratic rally that was held this morning, as well as speak to Dr. Sadri, the educational director of IPAC, about a Truth Social post that President Trump put up this morning about the Strait of Hormuz. We'll have all of that for you and more right here on Fox 35 News Plus when we come back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back to Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Hayden Wiggs. Thank you so much for joining us. Earlier this morning, President Trump posted a pretty interesting graphic to Truth Social here. It is a map labeling the Strait of Hormuz, that choke point there in Iran and Oman, labeling it as a U.S. territory, following up on recent statements regarding that waterway, which, as you know, that maritime choke point, it's where approximately 20% of the world's daily petroleum flows. Trump first raised the concept of declaring the region a U.S. territory during an event last week, stating in the Oval Office yesterday that he favored the idea and that the U.S. exercises control over that passage. So joining us today to talk a little bit about this topic is Dr. Ruman Sadri, the educational director of IPAC. Dr. Sadri, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for inviting me, Hayden.
So my first question for you regarding this post that President Trump made, how does customary international law such as the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea define territorial waters in narrow straits like the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, according to international law, all of the straits are basically free passage for all the ships. This is not a new law. This has been going on for centuries. And in fact, some of these rules, they go back to like a couple of thousand years ago in terms of relationship between even the ancient empires, from Egyptian and Romans and Persians and others. But our president has he's a master of using media. He has had tremendous experience in that regard. And I see his strategy in terms of trying to get a reaction from the Iranians, because they would be very, very sensitive to that. I mean, they're very sensitive. Somebody calling Persian Gulf, Arabian Gulf, they're very sensitive to changes of name, changes of territory, because they would see it as a colonial activity. Historically, they had to deal with the Russian, basically, colonial expansion from, toward Iran, and then the British in the south. So they're very sensitive to issues like that. Plus, since the revolution happened in Iran, the focus has certainly been against any kind of foreign intervention. And again, this foreign intervention is defined very generally. Apparently, some foreign intervention are accepted and some apparently are not. So the president is trying to get a reaction from them.
And so under what legal authority, if any, could a sovereign nation claim ownership over an international maritime passageway?
Well, I mean, it can be said, but it cannot really be done. As I mentioned, under international law, you can't do that. You can make it, of course, difficult for the ships to pass through. I mean, look, we are talking about Iran is closing the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, it's not like, for example, they put a gate on it, All they need to do is, even if they don't have any rockets or missiles or drones or anything, any country on this planet, even Afghanistan, has a couple of long-range rod guns. All they need to do is, shoot a couple of rounds around that area. Even if they do not hit any kind of ship, Lloyd of London is going to say, well, I'm not going to support this and that, and suddenly no insurance company is going to insure any kind of ship traveling in that region, and here we go, traffic stops. And that's what really has happened, Yes, there are some mines that they put near Iranian, coast, but that is in the shallow area, is not in the deeper area. The issue is basically the business side of it more than the military side.
And so what precedents, if any, exist for unilateral declarations of sovereignty over critical global shipping lanes just like this one? And how have international bodies typically responded to something like that?
Right. Well, that's another very creative thing. Iranians do creative things. President does creative things. They kind of interact with each other. I think they're talking to each other kind of indirectly. These are a lot of diplomatic signals in terms of trying to have a control or declaring that to be a U.S. territory. Historically, there are some states that they were created as a result of what colonial activity. Our own country, is that right? It used to be a British colony. The Australians, New Zealanders, Canadians, and South Africa. But that requires an extended period of time of residency, doing something with the land. We are not interested, to the best of my knowledge, none of the U.S. government agencies, are really interested in supporting even our troops to land anywhere in that territory, because they know this is exactly the Revolutionary Guard wants, because that would make them an easy target. They don't have to try to find, the exact coordinate of any of our bases in any of the countries in the region to hit it. They say, here we go. So we are smart enough not to actually put troops on the ground, because the number of the, troops are going to be killed or hurt is going to be a lot more in a much shorter period of time than what has happened in the last 5-6 months.
And now, hypothetically, how might these key regional actors like Iran and Oman, if such things as troops on the ground or continued statements of annexation of the Strait of Hormuz, how might they strategically react to things like that happening?
Right. Well, of course, we are trying to coordinate all of our regional allies to speak with our language, very frankly. In other words, what we call it, to follow our narrative, all right? However, it seems like on the other side, from my connections to some of the local people, because, I used to travel quite a bit, and I still, sometimes in the border area, my, understanding is that this recent negotiation between Iran and Oman, over the strait, they're trying to basically create something beyond, partnership with Oman. So Oman feels like, hey, I have an opportunity also to make some extra cash here and there. I think after that, they're going to start negotiating with each one of those Persian Gulf, the Arab Persian Gulf countries, so then that way they would say, okay, we come up with some kind of understanding among those of us who are bordering the Persian Gulf and Sea of Oman, then there is no reason to have U.S. So then they would achieve the goal that they've had since the beginning of the revolution, which is pushing the U.S. and the U.S. forces out of the area. That's what their goal is.
And kind of from a commercial standpoint, seeing as the Strait of Hormuz is a very large channel and point for petroleum to pass through, what risks, if any, do these declarations pose to global maritime insurance or shipping routes or even crude oil prices?
Well, as you can see, the crude oil prices has been going up since the situation has got even more tense. And Strait of Hormuz is actually one of the smallest straits in the world. They say that it's about 20 to 21 nautical mile, but it's not 20 to 21 nautical mile on the deeper side. The ships we are talking about, these are not like a little vacation, boats that they can go anywhere. Is that right? Or the airboats here we have in Florida that they can, travel over like 1 inch of water. These ships, they require a lot of clearance. So there is really only 2 channels over there, water channels that the ships can use. The northern channel is an inside Gulf, channel, and the southern side, closer to the Omani territory, is the outway. So those are the 2 channels, and the big ships, they need it. I mean, we do not transfer oil by little ships. These are with super tankers, usually tankers to super tankers, and then also the merchandise traveling here and there with container ships. Those are ships that they require a tremendous amount of water clearance. So they cannot go on the lighter side, of the, because they simply going to get stuck.
And so my final question for you here, Dr. Sadri, are there any existing U.S. domestic statutory framework or executive power that permits the annexation of foreign maritime zones without congressional approval or an international treaty?
Not to the best of my knowledge. And also, we need to have precedents. Is that right? Let's say, for example, you are controlling an island, you have had a base there, or you have had traditional trade over there for an extended period of time. You have a presence, extensive precedents for a period of time. Then you might have a case. You need really good international law lawyers to make that case for you. But, in this case, I would not take it that seriously. The president, again, he really wants to get a reaction from Revolutionary Guard people. And my understanding of some of the connections I've had interviewing some people informally and everything, their strategy seems to be dragging their feet. One of them was actually on the PBS channel suggesting that they can drag this whole conflict throughout the rest of the term of the president. So they are, they don't really care about what's happening to the people. What's happening in Iran is tremendous amount of inflation, economic hardship, but they feel like they are in charge. Last January, they were able to they were trying to control the largest demonstration of the people against the regime. So they feel secure inside, and they feel like, okay, this economic situation is not hurting them. Actually, many of the top officials are into all these, a black market, and they've been making a lot of money on the side. Because yes, the oil is not moving, really very much in Strait of Hormuz, but they're putting tankers together, and the border, with Pakistan, it goes over there, and the border with some other places, it goes over there. So because the barrel of oil is so much more expensive, it's worth making those type of land trips, And remember, Iran is not just limited to what? It's a southern border for international trade. It's connected to so many different countries here and there. So they have ways to get around.
Dr. Sadri, thank you so much for joining us today on Fox 35 News Plus. We really appreciate it.
Anytime.
We're going to take a quick break here, and we'll be right back with you.
Thank you.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back to Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Hayden Wiggs. Thank you so much for joining us. Earlier this morning in Orlando, Representative Maxwell Frost was joined by several state legislators and local candidates to make a case for public school board candidates. This will be in English and Spanish here for us. He was joined by State Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith, State Representative Dr. Anna Escamani, Representative Joanna Lopez, as well as several others. We're going to take a look now at that press conference from this morning. Again, that will be in English and Spanish for all viewers.
To be here with candidates that we are endorsing today. Today's election day. We need everyone to go vote. You have till 7 p.m. But you know what? Do it as early as you can. And know that as long as you get in line by 7, you have a right to vote. And stay in line to make sure that your voice is heard. We need to explode voter turnout across the entire county to ensure our voices are heard. So without further ado, let me pass it on to one of our champions here in Orange County, Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith.
Good morning. We know it's hot out there. And the reason it's hot is because our local Democratic candidates are on fire, baby. They're on fire, and we're all here to encourage everyone to make sure that they cast their ballot today before 7 p.m. because what we often hear is this misnomer, which is that these August elections are only primary party elections. This election day, August 18, is more than just a Democratic primary. This is also critical elections for our local school board, for our local city commission, for our local county commission across the state of Florida. These issues, public education, making sure that we have strong local leaders who are paying attention to the needs of our residents, who are prioritizing affordable housing, who are prioritizing public transit, who are prioritizing improving the lives of everyday Floridians as your local elected representatives. Today is the big election day for those critical races. So we want you to get out the vote. You have until 7 p.m. If you are a vote-by-mail voter like myself, also remember it's too late to drop your vote-by-mail ballot in the mail. You need to either go to the Orange County Supervisor of Elections office on Cayley Street or their satellite office that they have in West Orange County, or you can go to your election day polling precinct to switch out your vote-by-mail ballot for a blank ballot that you can then fill out right there at the polling location. So folks, it's fast, it's easy, there's likely no line. As long as you're standing in line by 7 p.m., you are good to go. So you all know that when we vote, we win. When we vote, we win. When we vote, we win. So without further ado, let me welcome my friend, my colleague, and your next Orange County Commissioner, Johanna Lopez.
Gracias, Senador Carlos Guillermo Smith. Good morning, buenos días. Buenos días. So this morning, even though I'm surrounded by the best candidates in the ballot, I'm not going to talk about the candidates. I'm going to talk about the right that you have to vote and why you have to vote. Especialmente a mi comunidad latina, en especial a mis hermanos y hermanas boricuas que están viéndonos en estos momentos. Si de verdad tú crees en la democracia, si de verdad tú quieres que te respeten, si de verdad tú quieres más oportunidades, la única forma que tú tienes para darte a respetar es ejerciendo tu derecho al voto. De la forma en que nuestros distritos actuales, mayoría latinos, no tienen ningún tipo de atención ni de beneficio, es porque dicen que nosotros no votamos. Y yo te digo, eso es una mentira, porque en nuestros países latinoamericanos es parte de nuestra idiosincrasia, de nuestra cultura y de nuestras tradiciones de votar por las personas que realmente nos representan. Así que te quiero exhortar a que votes hoy y mira, y le des un mensaje contundente a todos los oficiales electos y a todos los candidatos que van a seguir corriendo de que los latinos, que somos el segundo grupo más grande registrado en el condado de Orange, va a votar. Y contamos contigo, sé que lo vas a hacer y sé que vas a continuar esa tradición y te vas a dar a respetar con tu voto hoy y te quiero felicitar por eso. Gracias por votar por los mejores candidatos y espero contar contigo. Y ahora les quiero presentar a otra colega que también es una futura mayor aquí en el City y es la representante doctora Ana B. Escamani.
Gracias, Representante Lopez, our next county commissioner, everybody. And I will be very, very brief. We had a phenomenal Get Out the Vote rally yesterday with many of you that are with us and many that were there in spirit. And so we're out here today just to remind folks once more that today is your last chance. Today is your last chance to ensure that we elect champions for the people. That's right. And Orange County voters have a choice today. We have a choice between folks that are qualified for the job, like Angie Gallo for next school board chair, and many of the candidates you see today. You have a choice between extremism and calm. You have a choice between collective good and collective prosperity and those that are self-absorbed and self-involved. You have a choice between someone who will champion the affordability crisis to address it versus others who are going to ignore it. Yeah. And so we have to make sure that every Orange County voter understands that you have a ballot today. Whether you are a registered Republican or a Democrat, you have a ballot today. It's also worth stressing that today actually marks the ratification of the 19th Amendment. And so we have Women's Equality Day coming up next week on August 26th, and I really want to emphasize just the importance, right, of women voting in this election. And we got some phenomenal women on the ballot that you're going to hear from very soon, from school board candidates and school board chair to the clerk of court and so many others. And so let's make sure that we don't take anything for granted, that we get out there today in large numbers to your polling location. And if you already voted, please do us a favor and text 5 friends and ask them, have they voted yet? And of course, we have our voter guides, and our Democratic Party has voter guides, and so make sure that when you vote, you're also informed to do that. And with that said, I'm so excited to introduce who will be your next State House representative for District 43, my good friend, graduate of Colonial High School, Orlando Rays, Vilchen Santiago.
Welcome to House District 43 in my home precinct. Look at that. I actually live in this district. After 30 years of one-party rule in Tallahassee, we have multiple crises in multiple fronts. We have it when it comes to our public education, with our public school funding being taken away and put into unaccountable charter schools, unaccountable private schools, unaccountable religious schools. We have a crisis when it comes to affordability and the cost of living, with people struggling to pay for their housing, their health care, their food, and people are feeling it. We also have a crisis of morality, with our immigrant communities being persecuted and kidnapped off our streets in unlawful, unconstitutional ways. And today we have a chance, our first chance after Trump got elected, to go out and vote and tell them enough, that this community stands strong for our values, for inclusion, for opportunity for all, for a better future that includes every Floridian. And we have a team of incredible candidates up and down the ballot that are fighting and working together to make sure that we're dealing with the issues that are impacting you and not creating more division. And so if you believe that, if you believe in that vision, we need you to come out and vote 7 to 7 today in your polling location. You can find your polling location by going to iwillvote.com. But we need your voice in this election, because those who have continued to divide our communities are counting on you to stay home.
That's right. That's right.
They have been attacking our right to vote for years. If your vote didn't matter, why would they be attacking it?
That's right.
And so we need you to come out and vote. En español rápido, Por los últimos 30 años hemos tenido mandato de un solo partido aquí en el estado de la Florida y nos ha llevado a una crisis en el tema de la educación pública, donde están cerrando nuestras escuelas, particularmente en zonas latinas, donde el alto costo de vida nos está impactando a todos, desde la vivienda hasta la salud, hasta incluso los alimentos. Y tenemos una crisis de moralidad con nuestras comunidades inmigrantes que están siendo desaparecidas, no siguiendo la ley, no siguiendo la Constitución. Y el día de hoy tenemos la oportunidad, por primera vez en los últimos 2 años desde que fue electo Trump, de salir a decir que ya basta, que nuestra comunidad se respeta y que nosotros juntos vamos a forjar un futuro con oportunidades para todos, con inclusión, un futuro en el que podamos crear. Pero necesitamos creer, necesitamos que usted salga a votar. Hoy, de 7 a 7, puede ir a iwillvote.com para buscar su centro electoral. Si no importara el derecho al voto, no estarían trabajando tan fuerte para atacarlo. Así que el día de hoy les pedimos que vaya a votar para hacer historia, porque tenemos la oportunidad de elegir a candidatos latinos a nivel estatal, a nivel federal y también a nivel local. Hoy podemos hacer historia y elegir a 3 mujeres latinas para nuestra junta escolar. 3 para que le den voz y voto a nuestra comunidad en la junta escolar, porque el 56% de los estudiantes del condado Orange son latinos. Y esas 3 mujeres son Melissa Marantes en el distrito 1, Gloria Reina en el distrito 2, Suzanne Peña en el distrito 3 y obviamente Angie Galo, nuestra aliada para presidenta de la junta escolar. Y con eso voy a presentar a nuestra próxima secretaria de las Cortes, Roberta Walton Johnson.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
It is election day. I call this the Super Bowl for the people, because this is our opportunity to come out and decide who our leaders are. And the one word I keep hearing from all of my counterparts is we are here together. I think that speaks volumes. We're here together. It doesn't matter if it is the state, if it is the school board, if it is the clerk of court race. We are here standing together for you. And I'm asking each of you today, this is my plea, please go vote and vote the entire ballot. Yes, it is a crowded ballot, but it is worthwhile. All the judicial races, the clerk of court races, the state house races, the school board races, the congressional races, leave nothing on the table.
That's right.
It is our time to make sure that our voice is heard. And I want you to know, it is ever more important to protect the gateway to access our courts.
That's right.
Let's not politicize that moment. Let's move it forward. We deserve to have a clerk of court who is competent. We deserve to have a clerk of court who is experienced. And we deserve to have a clerk of court who cares.
And again, that was the Florida Democrats rally in Orlando earlier this morning. We're going to take you live now to the trial that started today for a woman accused of attacking a Deltona school resource deputy there in Volusia County. And this is that deputy, so we're going to take a listen into that audio right now for you right here on Fox 35 News Plus. And it does look like that next segment of the trial is about to get underway here. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we will be right back with more from this trial.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back to Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Hayden Wiggs, and we're taking you back in here to this trial for the woman accused of attacking a Deltona school resource deputy. The woman on trial is Dagmary Aponte. We're going to listen in here to this testimony from the deputy.
Was this after they were asked to leave 8 times?
Yes, in this hallway portion.
Okay.
You say 8 times, so it's your testimony that you told them to leave 8 times, starting back from the office.
It was around 8 times, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Approximately 8 times.
And then 20. So, and this is the 5:20 mark. You indicated immediately when Miss Rivera, Miss Aponte, went to intercede, you indicated you grabbed her right arm, correct?
I'm not sure which arm I grabbed, but I do remember at some point while she was pushing me, grabbing her arm, yes.
While she was pushing you? Did you notice that she went initially to grab, Mr. Rivera had his hand up, correct?
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
And then she goes towards Mr. Rivera's arm, while at the same time you were trying to engage with Mr. Rivera.
It all happened pretty fluently and simultaneously.
Okay, and so again, and let's talk about that, and that's fine. Good. Well, let me just real quick on this. You indicated that Ms. Aponte, the state asked you about when you let go or when she let go, but right here we can see, and the jury will later get to play this, but she's turning from you and then goes towards Mr. Rivera. If you can play maybe just 2 seconds. And we saw the deployment of the flash, correct? What was that flash? Oh, sorry, stop. Mr. Rivera at no time, Ms. Aponte, at no time was turned towards you, trying to block you from going to Mr. Rivera. She, in fact, turned her back to you. Is that fair?
From my perception, she at some point during this altercation did push me up against the wall and was preventing me from effecting an arrest. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. That's good with this. I'm gonna move on from the video. Let me take it back. And when you met with this family, these parents, had you met them previously?
Physically, or like seen them at different locations? Could you rephrase the question?
That's fine. And I guess let's talk about that. I think specifically what you might be referring to, you had seen them previously.
Yes, ma'am.
And shortly before this incident?
I believe it was the day before.
Okay, and was that related to the situation with their son?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, you weren't sure whether Ms. Aponte was present, but you saw Mr. Rivera.
Yes, ma'am.
And your impression of Mr. Rivera at that point when you saw him?
Objection relevant.
Overrule. I mean, can you re-ask the question? I'm not really understanding.
Do you remember seeing him? When did you see him?
I saw him at the Family Resource Center.
Okay, and was he upset in any way?
Yeah, he was upset.
Okay, and it was during what were you doing that he saw you or interacted with you?
We didn't necessarily have an interaction. He was standing outside in the parking lot area, and the Family Resource Center is where we have to transport juveniles that go through either the civil citation program or arrest or what have you. So that's where we were at. I had transported the son to the Family Resource Center, and Mr. Rivera was outside in the parking lot with what appeared to be waiting for me.
And this was after you had effectuated a physical arrest of their 11-year-old son?
Yes.
Okay. And this was that something that was your decision, or someone else indicated that was what you needed to do?
It was a collaborative decision based on the totality of the circumstances and the facts and the evidence. I'm not sure if I mentioned this earlier, but because of the age of both students, I did collaborate with a coworker prior to my supervisor because of the age. The students were young at the time, and I wanted to make sure, hey, take a look at this. I want to make sure that we're doing the right thing for these families.
And ultimately, then, when you speak to them, you try to reassure them that, look, he was arrested, but you can talk to the judge later. It was just probable cause. Like, basically, there's a different stage of this where they could then show if there's any defenses or any other issues they wanted to raise.
Yes.
And but they had observed, or he had observed his son be handcuffed. It was a physical arrest, correct?
He was in handcuffs, yes, ma'am.
Okay. In fact, you indicated that you deviated from the normal protocol and gave him the benefit of cuffing in front rather than in back.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, when all of this happened, and I know that you kind of touched on the fact that it all happened fast, and you may not have remembered. Did you write a report in this case?
I did not.
Okay, and that's because you indicated that you were having difficulty remembering what transpired. Is that fair?
I sustained a concussion from being struck in the head and subsequently going back and hitting the floor. So I had difficulty concentrating and remembering everything immediately after the event.
And even subsequently, though, you at no point wrote a report indicating the sequence of events of what transpired, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then today's the first time that you've mentioned that Mr. Rivera was actually going to be taken under arrest. When he's pointing his finger and saying, I'm going to take this, to the higher ups type thing. It's your testimony you are going to arrest him?
Since the time lapse of the incident, I've had snippets of my memory coming back, as well as being able to have to watch the videos multiple times, that I've pieced together my best understanding of how everything happened. But at the time of the initial incident, I did have issues remembering exactly what had happened after being struck in the head. Yes.
Non-responsive?
Non-responsive, that is sustained. Ma'am, when you're asked a question, whether it's by this attorney or by the other attorney, you have to listen to the question. You have to answer the question if you know the answer.
Yes, ma'am.
You were not answering the question that was asked. Can you repeat the question? That is non-responsive, the answer.
The question was that it's your testimony today that you were in that moment going to arrest Mr. Rivera because he had his finger up saying that he was going to take this higher.
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't indicate that subsequently in a report or to any of your other fellow officers, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so what crime had he committed because he was standing there at that point?
Leading up to that, or specifically at that point?
Just right then and there. That's when you're indicating that you were going to make an arrest.
There was, while we were in the actual office area, he had taken the chair and thrown it towards me in a manner that seemed to intimidate me. So at that point, that wasn't a crime of assault. And I had decided prior to us getting to the outside into the hallway that these parents are upset, and maybe we can just let this go so that we will ultimately have a better outcome with having the parents leave. So at that point, when he's continuing and approaching me in the aggressive manner that he was, I would articulate that would also be an assault.
Okay, and was it aggressive or it was rude? It was clearly rude. I'll give you that. He was exhibiting very rude behavior, correct?
I perceived it as aggressive.
As aggressive? Were you offended?
I mean, I don't think that there was any reason to be personally offended, no.
Okay, so you indicate he threw the chair, which we have the video of what transpired, and at that point, you're not making an arrest. You didn't tell him you're under arrest for throwing the chair at me, correct?
That's correct. I didn't say that.
And you also, as he walked around the corner, you didn't say, hey, I'm arresting you because I feel you're being aggressive, correct?
I did not say that.
All right, and then even when he had his finger in your face, I mean, a few feet away, you did not back up and there warn him, I'm going to arrest you if you don't stop, correct?
Can you re-ask the question?
Did you step back from him when he pointed his finger at you?
I did not step back.
In your training, do you guys talk about de-escalation tactics?
Yes.
Is it beneficial if someone is becoming aggressive to maybe step back to avoid any kind of physical confrontation?
We're trained to never back down and never show any type of fear, if that's what you're asking.
I don't know that was it, but it's okay. At any point, despite his aggression as you interpreted it, he had not jumped over the desk at you when you guys were in the room, correct?
He did not jump over the desk.
He also didn't go to grab you or to punch you in that moment. He was literally shaking his finger, and your words were, "Get your finger out of my face," and then you went to grab him.
Those were my words.
And it's only as that is happening that Miss Aponte goes and reaches for Mr. Rivera. You can't know, right, what she was reaching for, correct?
Was this before or after she grabbed me?
When did she grab you?
While I was trying to place Mr. Rivera under arrest.
And arrest for what?
Objection, ask the answer.
Overruled.
I don't know. Arrest him for what? What was the crime?
At that point, he was also trespassing the school because he was failing to leave.
Because you indicate he'd been told 8 times to leave.
Approximately 8 times, yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, when law enforcement, well, let's at some point it becomes physical. We see Miss Aponte turn her back from you. She doesn't go try to then re-engage with you or push you again, right? She turns around.
Are you able to show me the specific point in which you're talking?
That's okay. At any point, did Miss Aponte curse at you?
I don't believe she did.
Did she ever threaten you?
With words?
Did she threaten you with words?
No.
She threatened you physically?
She did put her hands on me, yes.
At some point. Now, you don't know. You saw Mr. Rivera was moving towards you, correct? As you were moving towards him.
Mr. Rivera was aggressively approaching me.
And so if she gets in between you guys, is it fair to say that Mr. Rivera would have likely pushed against her back, moving her towards you?
Objection, calls for speculation.
If she knows.
I'll allow it.
I mean, I think that there's an opinion for every person that was in that situation, and my perception of it was that she was trying to push me and prevent me from completing my duties.
And you would agree that perception is not always reality.
Could you re-ask the question?
The fact is, it is possible that because of the momentum of her interjecting, Mr. Rivera could have pushed her into you.
I would agree. Anything is possible.
Okay. But you, and then when, in fact, after, I'll get to that. When we see her turn, your attention is now Mr. Rivera. Mr. Rivera now further escalates. We see the flash of the taser, correct? That was a flash related to the taser?
Yes.
Okay. And that was when Miss Aponte had her back to you, correct?
Could you show me the specific part that you're speaking on?
Okay. It's fine. If you don't remember, it's okay.
I just want to make sure I understand that I know which part you're talking about.
Well, let's just say this. Once you guys got out into the hallway and he has your taser, Ms. Rivera was actively there trying to get him to put it down, correct? Did you see that?
This is after he's taken the taser?
Yes.
Yes, after that.
Okay. And at no point is she engaging with you, yelling at you. She didn't kick you while you were down on the floor.
Ms. Aponte did not kick me while I was on the floor, no.
Okay. And as soon as Mr. Rivera put down the taser, You took him into custody, correct?
That's correct.
And then you walked away with him, correct?
That's correct.
Because he was definitely under arrest now.
That's correct.
You did not turn around and instruct any of the school officials to stand by Miss Aponte, that she needs to be held, that she's also under arrest, none of that, correct?
I did not say those words.
And then you walk out, and then when you, Mr. Rivera, other deputies meet you outside, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And at some point later, one of the deputies, Deputy Prado, several deputies actually went to talk to you about what happened. Do you recall that?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and do you recall telling them that how everything transpired?
I recall having a difficulty being able to concentrate and answer questions normally.
Okay, you indicated to them when that they were upset, they were mad, they got aggressive, the husband, you said he was aggressive, he was mad, and then they started fighting me. Do you recall that statement?
It's possible I said that, yeah.
Do you not recall the statement?
Are you able to show which part this happened in?
I can't. Do you? Were you wearing your body camera when you had interactions with fellow law enforcement after this happened?
I was wearing my body camera up until I started receiving medical attention, yeah.
Okay. And then also the other deputies had their body camera on, so there would be body camera of you speaking to them, and then one from your vantage point looking out towards whoever's asking you the questions. Is that fair?
Yeah.
That's how it works?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
May we approach? Sure.
We'll have you step out for just a moment. We'll have you back as quickly as we're able. Thank you.
All right.
We're still in session. Everybody can remain seated. The jury's out of the room. The counsel is going to show the witness something.
And you were just listening to testimony there from Volusia County Sheriff's Office School Resource Deputy Julia Curtin in the case of a woman being accused of attacking that deputy that we just heard from. The woman on trial is Dagmaria Ponte, facing felony charges of battery on a law enforcement officer and resisting arrest with violence, along with a misdemeanor charge of disrupting a school function. The jury selection was yesterday, and so this is the first day of that trial. An emotional testimony there from Curtin with a lot of back and forth with that prosecutor there. According to investigators, Aponte was upset that her 11-year-old son was arrested and handcuffed following an incident with that deputy. And the parents also said their son had been bullied. And as we heard in that testimony, that verbal confrontation quickly escalated, with body camera footage capturing that chaotic encounter where Rivera punched Curtin, knocked her to the ground, and took her taser. Again, very emotional testimony there from Curtin. Well, we are out of time here on Fox 35 Plus. We're about to hand it off to our Florida Live team. Lots of coverage here for the primary election here in Florida today. We'll have many interviews as well as coverage of all of the rallies and polls, as well as live updates once those polls close here tonight. So we're going to hand it off to our Florida Live team here. Thank you.
into the hardware store and said, okay, we're going to hold a plunger, and then we want you to put the song on. Was it a setup? Because if it was, it would be brilliant, right?
Wow. You can make a conspiracy theory about
out of anything. Anything. Wow. See you tomorrow.
Live and streaming. This is Florida Live.
Oh, well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us at 2 o'clock here on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35 TV. It is primary election day here in Florida, and we have a lot of special coverage for you over the next several hours. If you're joining us on our digital platforms here, we've got a lot of extra live streaming specials, and we will be following the results as they come in tonight as well. So this is just the start of what is going to be a busy afternoon and busy night for us as we watch the results come in. We also are going to be talking about a lot of the races that we are going to be watching. So we've got about an hour here full of special primary election coverage for you, looking at a number of different angles. Some of the races that we'll have our eye on. We'll also talk some big picture things as well. Also want to let you know we are monitoring the potential for some weather in the area. We're seeing showers and storms throughout Central Florida right now. If anything kind of bubbles up on the severe side, then we will certainly track that and let you know. But let me also give you a live look in Sarasota, where Governor DeSantis is holding an education roundtable right now. We are monitoring this. He's at the New College of Florida, talking about a number of education topics. You can see he's joined by the new State Education Commissioner, Dr. Henry Mack, seated beside him. So we're monitoring this. We will listen in when Governor DeSantis, if and when Governor DeSantis begins taking questions. Unclear if that will happen, but we will be monitoring that, keeping an eye on it just in case. So that is kind of where things stand here. We are at 2 o'clock right now. Still 5 hours away from the closing of polls here in Central Florida. Polls open until 7 p.m. local time. So those in the Central Time Zone here in Florida, that would be 8 o'clock Eastern, that we would start getting those numbers. But still 5 hours till the first polls close here in the state of Florida. And we've been asking today for you to send in your I voted selfies. So you can scan that QR code that you see there right now. If you voted today, if you got one of those stickers, I just took mine off actually. If you got one of those stickers, then send us your selfie. Take it outside. Don't want to get in trouble with the poll workers. We're not telling you to do anything wrong or illegal or anything like that. We don't want that. But if you voted today, be proud of that and send us your selfies, so that we can look at some of those, show some of those off as well. It is a busy day here in Florida. It's a busy day for many of the candidates in several of the high-profile races we are watching. One of those, of course, being the governor's race. And we've now had the chance to speak with all of the candidates just in the past few days. In fact, just moments ago, I chatted with Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins, who just last night announced his running mate, Florida Division of Emergency Management Director Kevin Guthrie. So you're going to hear from all of the candidates from our conversations today on our platform, on Fox 13's platform, on Live Now, as these candidates have gone out to the polls, many of them voting today themselves, and talking about the state of this race with just a few hours left now in the primary campaign. We're curious about the timing, doing that the night before the election. Can you talk about why you waited till then, maybe didn't make that announcement any sooner?
Sure. So I will tell you, I came up to my solution in a decision a little bit back, but we had a hard time connecting. Sometimes schedules just don't work out, to be honest with you. You know, I'm running around the state, he's running around the state, and then sometimes you just got to get lucky in how schedules align. That's really a big part of it. And then, we were going back and forth about whether we wanted to do it now, whether we wanted to wait. And in the end, I felt so strongly. And Kevin is such a gifted person. I think it moves the needle. And let's just focus on what we want to do with it. Many people, when they choose their lieutenant governor, they're looking for a demographic. They're looking for pizzazz. They're looking for somebody who moves the needle. We are too. But we're looking for someone who moves the needle in terms of policy, protecting our people, and making sure that the best days of Florida aren't behind us, they're ahead of us. Kevin Guthrie is an all business. We're the let's get stuff done ticket here for the free state of Florida.
How are you feeling today after weeks of campaigning and primary day being here?
Well, I feel like I've been on a 9-month deployment, to be honest with you. But, man, I am blessed. I serve 23.5 million people every single day. I wake up grateful every day. Governor Ron DeSantis gave me an opportunity that sometimes still seems amazing, and I grew up on welfare in a trailer, adopted by my grandparents. I mean, look, the American dream is alive and well, and if I can do it, anybody can do it. So I'm good. I'm grateful. And in terms of the race, I'll tell you, I think people are in for a surprise because the polling is a bit of a hot mess. We've seen that in state after state, race after race. And here in Florida, when you go talk to people at the doors, from city to city, county to county, region to region, they don't want politics as normal. They don't want somebody who's just doing sound bites on Fox News or on WhatsApp or on Signal or on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. They want someone who's on the ground, leading from the front. And I'll tell you, you know who Kevin Guthrie speaks to? The people of Florida. They want to make sure that their families are safe. Kevin Guthrie is a rock star, the best at what he does. And this ticket is protecting Florida now into the future. So I feel great right now.
Congressman, you have been the front runner through much of this race. Are you just looking for a win tonight, or does that margin of victory matter to you as well?
Well, I don't get into margins. I'll leave that for a lot of news anchors tonight and tomorrow. But there's no substitute for victory. We just want to make sure that we get through the primary process. Obviously, you want that to be as resounding as you can possibly have it. But we've seen primaries in our state before. Some of them are tight. Some of them are pretty wide open. We just want to be successful, earn the vote from the people of Florida, and then we move forward on to the November election.
Yeah, and obviously we don't want to get ahead of the primary, but David Jolly, as you mentioned, has been the Democratic frontrunner here. If you both win these nominations tonight, how would you approach running against Jolly, a former Republican?
There's going to be many contrasts. David Jolly is somebody who said that he's now a proud Democrat at the age of 53. I don't know how that happens when somebody just decides to change party in their 50s. I just don't understand that one, but be that as it may, that's what he's chosen to do. David Jolly is somebody who still believes it's okay for kids to get transgender surgeries as minors. I think that's crazy. So does most of America. Quite frankly, so does the American Medical Association now. They finally came out and recognized reality and biology and said that we shouldn't be doing those surgeries, but David Jolly still thinks they're okay. David Jolly decided that Dr. Fauci had impeccable judgment, unimpeachable judgment. And when Ron DeSantis opened our state, he left Florida and went to Pennsylvania. Well, I'm sorry. Anybody who chose Fauci over Florida doesn't deserve to lead our state. And so I think the contrasts in the general election are real. And those are just some bedrock cultural issues in our state. And that's before you even get to the economic policy. And we're going to make sure that we very clearly explain the differences in our economic policy and why my campaign will have the right strategy to make Florida more affordable for the people who live here.
Well, we had a fantastic event in Brevard County down the Space Coast last night, and if the enthusiasm and crowd size is any indication, it confirms what we feel is that we're the fast galloping horse in that race, and you'll see, I think, a big surprise tonight.
And as far as what sets you apart from the other candidates here on, again, that very crowded field, break down for me what you feel sets you apart from your opponents.
Well, for starters, the governor has not endorsed, but he signaled his choice at least just 12 days ago in saying that I would make a really good governor and went out of his way to say so. He's saying that because I helped him build the free state of Florida as the legislative leader, Speaker of the House. And so results is one that I'm head and shoulders above the other candidates. If you want to protect and strengthen the state we have, and you want somebody as close to DeSantis as possible, the governor has indicated that I'll be his choice, and I hope I'm your voters, those listening as well as experience, 20 years in the military, 2 wars, prosecutor, small business owner. I mentioned Speaker of the House and vision. We have a great 100-day contract with Florida to get after affordability, taxes, insurance, electric rates, lower those, get after public corruption, and a long list of other things.
And I have to ask, because you talked about endorsements and things of that nature, but we know that Byron Donalds has been polling in those recent polls very high. He is winning in all of them. Do the polls matter to you overall? Do they change anything about the way that you run your campaign?
No, it doesn't change how we run our campaign. I've had voters come up and say, I'm with you because you're the only one that's truly qualified. And I think what we see is a lot of people coming up to the altar and saying, I can't vote with this guy, even though he's been on my TV set for his entire career in Congress. We want somebody who's actually going to go in there, no nonsense, and just get it done. And so we see a conversion rate. And again, I would liken it to that horse race you see on TV, and you see that one horse that's going faster than the others. And the question tonight is, do we have enough field left, runway left to catch the proverbial front runner and beat him? I'm hopeful that we do, but we definitely have that late momentum.
Streaming, things like that. Do you think that is the way of the future and the way campaigns should be run now to reach maybe some voters who have not been reached in maybe more traditional means?
I absolutely think so. And the way to do it is to combine the digital with the in-person, the grassroots. We've held a town hall in every single one of Florida's 67 counties, and we live streamed that town hall. So hundreds of thousands of people could tune in either live or a recording of it. We go and knock on doors. We live stream that. I call undecided voters. We live stream that. And so you get to hear if you're on the other end of that call or sitting in the back of that town hall, but you also get to see a recording of it. And it shows that we are a plugged-in campaign. We are ready. We have the infrastructure and we have the team to become the nominee tomorrow and to win the general election in November.
Talk to me about your decision to enter this race, James. I know you've said before that if Governor DeSantis could run again, you wouldn't be in this race. But why did you decide that you did want to run, and why this race and why now?
Because I love Florida, and I fear that we are losing the state that we love. Farmland is disappearing. Data centers are being forced on our communities. It has never been more expensive to live in our state. So whether you're a young college grad trying to get a job, a young couple trying to raise a family, or a retiree trying to get by on Social Security, I'm fighting for you in the state that we love.
You have talked about wanting to return to old Florida in some ways. So how do you kind of balance that, some of what you're hoping to see, with also, make sure that the state can continue to grow economically and in other ways? How do you balance that, James?
Well, we're not balancing it right now, and you know that because everywhere you look, there's a new Dollar Tree, a new gas station, a new place that's being built that the community did not ask for. Our land is being lost before our eyes, and we should be wise to stop that. Whether it's data centers, strip malls, more congestion on our highways, we cannot lose the beauty of old Florida, and that is what I'm fighting to protect. I was born and raised in South Florida, my wife too. We now live in the Panhandle. We've often in Orlando, and it seems that the congestion on I-4 on the 528 is just getting worse and worse. And so we have to take a breather here. Yes, we have to grow, but responsibly. And we have not done that up until now, and that's what I'm fighting to change. So the state doesn't feel like a construction site. It feels like our home.
Honestly, I wouldn't be running for governor if I didn't think that the people across Florida were ready for change. I'm not interested in a vanity run or just to get back into politics. I think we're a nation arguably that's broken. We're more divided than ever before. Our politicians wake up and tell us to hate each other, and it's wrong. And I think enough voters are saying, let's do something differently. I feel very confident going into November.
You're heading to Miami tonight. What's going to be your message to voters as you await results?
There is a new coalition emerging nationally, and it's starting right here in Florida. Look, I think regardless of party, people know that Florida's economy should grow, but it's got to grow for everybody. The private sector should lead, but we also have to make sure government does its part to invest in housing, healthcare, education, safe communities. And look, I think we should be a state where everyone's rights are protected and their dignity is respected, regardless of who you love, who you worship, the color of your skin, where you were born. The basic values, sure, I see them rooted in the Democratic Party, but they're bigger than our party. I think that's the coalition we're seeing right now.
What does a win tonight mean to you?
Look, I'm a person of faith. We got into the race because we believed everybody should do their part. We tell our kids when you have a chance to change the world, you take it. At a moment when the nation's divided, arguably we're broken as a people, we all have to do our part. I'm just one person, I'm a candidate, but this coalition's bigger than one candidate. I think what a win tonight allows us to do is start to believe again, to believe in better, to believe we're better than this moment. That's what I hope the people take from tonight.
So you are now caught up on the governor candidates from the Republican and Democratic side as they prepare for election night, and those results starting to come in at 7 o'clock once the first polls close here in the Eastern time zone. We have much more political coverage ahead on this primary election day here in Florida, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back with much more Florida Live and a check of your weather as well with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer, so we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer. We've been talking a lot of politics today, TJ. Election day, folks going out to the polls, and if they have been voting this afternoon, they might have been dodging some showers and might still be dodging some showers in the next little bit.
Yeah, we've certainly seen more today compared to yesterday, Garrett. And it's still hot, so battling the heat, battling the rain now out at the polls if anyone's getting out here in the near term.
And we have seen some pretty strong storms at times in our area this afternoon, too.
We have, yeah. We have, of course, from the heat and humidity, that instability. So that's fueling the potential for still that shot of some stronger to severe storms out there. It's all due to this front that's still well to our north. It's not going to make its way through, but we have a little more upstairs energy in the atmosphere with that. With the ridge still out to the west, we have that northwesterly flow upstairs in the atmosphere, just kind of bringing these little pieces of energy on through. And you've seen these get through some of the Orlando metro. We can see some showers and thunderstorms pushing into northern Osceola County, northern Polk County. The strongest storm we have out there now, though, has gotten through Seminole. Now it's in eastern Orange County. This special weather statement does include places like Christmas, and you can see it's kind of working east-southeast, eventually going to get into portions of Brevard County. So this is in play until 2:30. Could have the potential for gusty wind between, say, 30 and 40 miles per hour here, as well as that frequent lightning. Not a lot right now, but still around 38 strikes within the last 15 minutes. You can also see some more storms up into northern Brevard County near Mims, just to the south of Arancha, and a couple kind of hugging the Canaveral National Seashore as well. So we'll be watching. I think we'll have a little more coverage as a whole. But just like yesterday, the heat, that is our big story. And I did go ahead and extend the Storm Team alert again into our Wednesday. I know we sound like broken records, but this extreme heat is still going to be with us despite that potential for a little more rain. We're expecting heat advisories to potentially get issued again. We have them now for all of Central Florida. And you can see the entire state actually under a heat alert, under a heat advisory through 8 p.m. tonight. So you'll still feel that heat if you're getting out and voting. Thankfully, the rain has cooled things down a little bit, but where you're not seeing the rain, it feels like 109 in Cocoa Beach, feels like 108 in Daytona, Gainesville, 109 in Palm Coast. So it is going to feel pretty brutal through the remainder of the evening. Any sports practices, any games, anything outdoors, just going to feel pretty darn rough. And that hasn't been a secret over the last few days. Tomorrow, we're right back in the mid to upper 90s. Still the potential for hit or miss showers and thunderstorms, with those heat indices getting back up, say 116 in Ocala, Titusville, around 110 in Orlando. And you can see all of the purple. That's a level 5 out of 5 extreme heat risk for us on our Wednesday, on our hump day. Now, I do want to say, I know I was mentioning that threat of storms, and we do have that low-end risk of severe weather today. It does include some of our Fox 51 country, and Gary, it kind of just includes a little sliver of the northern part of the viewing area, northern Marion County, some of Flagler County. So we'll watch. I know we had a rogue severe storm yesterday, so that potential is there, but nothing seems to be widespread here this afternoon and evening. So that's good news.
Yeah, that is certainly good. I know we have gotten some pictures, I believe, some folks who have sent some things in showing us some of the weather in their area, and we always love that.
Oh, yes.
Fox35Orlando.com/share. We've been asking folks for their selfies of showing their I voted stickers if they've got those. So we've been asking for that, and we're also, if it is stormed, if you do see some crazy clouds or anything like that, video of what the rain looks like in your area. We love to see those things. Obviously, we don't want anyone, putting themselves in danger or getting soaked or anything like that. But
umbrella up, I voted sticker like right here.
Hey, you know what? If we can get a 2-for-1, even better. Fox35Orlando.com/share. If you braved the rain to go out and do your civic duty, that would be great. Yeah, send that in. We would love to see that.
Definitely.
Raina, do we have those pictures? We're going to see if we can pull those up here. But while we're waiting on that, the heat is going to be cooling down a little bit in the next few days.
Yeah, at least a little relief from the heat, Garrett, which is good. I think this kind of dip in the jet stream going to hang out over over us here as we head into the weekend. So that should get our temps down to essentially average for this time of the year. But still, I was digging through, and this isn't including today, but stats-wise, which I'm sure we'll get there today. I was checking this out yesterday, and we had so far this summer days of 95 or hotter, 44 days, and that ranks up in the top 5. So I'm thinking, depending on if we can kind of break this cloud cover a bit, we may be able to rebound and get back up to 95. I need to see if we've hit it already. I think we might be a touch shy. But yeah, I mean, top 5. Ranked number 2 right now, and so far when you look at our average temperatures, now this is going into play June 1st, meteorological summer, but we are ranked in the top 5 hottest summers so far for Orlando. Wow. So yeah, it just goes to show how hot this year's been. It's also been so dry. But hopefully with this El Nino, we'll keep the tropics quiet, but we'll also start to get more fronts and more systems through in the winter time, fall into winter, and hopefully start to eat away at some of this drought too.
Yes, hopefully so. Now, I want to show that video from Steve, who sent us this from the Marriott Grand Vista in Williamsburg in Orange County. Oh, wow. Showing some pretty strong winds. You can see, making the trees move, making the light fixtures there move as well. So
heavy light fixture too. It doesn't look like it's a light fixture. That's got some weight to it. It looks like.
Right, swaying pretty good in the wind. It looks like maybe another picture there from Steve. So again, we always appreciate your submissions, and you can see the rain coming down there as well. This is the potential scene what we will continue to see on this kind of late summer afternoon here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad we're going to get back into our classic rainy season pattern here, because the drought, we get that drought monitor every Thursday, so I'll be curious to see if it's gotten a little worse in this last week, just because we haven't really had a lot of rain. I know Friday we had some more rain. We had a couple of storms around yesterday, but it's good to see a little more rain, and I think we'll get back into our daily rain chances here over the next few days into this upcoming weekend.
All right, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live.
Thanks, Gary. I appreciate it.
We'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35 TV as well. It is primary election day here in Florida. It's also Playbook Tuesday, where we always speak with our friends at Politico about some of the big stories in Florida politics. Obviously, a lot of big stories in Florida politics today, and that will certainly continue to be the case once we start to see those numbers tonight. So I had the chance to speak with Kimberly Leonard, a Politico reporter, the author of the Florida Playbook newsletter that you can get delivered in your inbox every morning as well. We talked about the governor's race. We talked about some of the dynamics to watch statewide and some of the other races, congressional races and other races across the Sunshine State that are getting her attention. Here's my conversation with Kimberly just a few minutes ago. Kimberly, let's start here. I want to start by talking about the governor's race and get your take. Jay Collins announced his running mate last night. It's Kevin Guthrie. I'm curious what you make of that announcement and of the timing of that announcement on election eve.
Yeah, that was a really big surprise, obviously, sort of coming at the 11th hour where he picks the director of emergency management, who has held that position, for most of the time that Governor DeSantis has been in office. And he and Jay Collins actually worked together to evacuate people out of Israel. So they had that sort of pre-existing relationship. Look, it's a bit of a last minute sort of boost to try to, I would say, get a little bit more support. Kevin Guthrie is someone who's probably seen as this, very actions first kind of person, right? He's never run for office before. He's not some kind of politician. The way that Florida has handled storms in the past, even when mixed, generally speaking, both the governor and Kevin Guthrie have gotten, pretty good reviews, at least in terms of how they communicate and so forth. But Kevin Guthrie was also the one who oversaw the Alligator Alcatraz Detention Center, the management of that. So that could potentially be fraught, if Jay Collins were to somehow do well in the election today. But all signs point to Byron Donalds. He's so far ahead in the polls. He has so much more money than anyone else. And I think the bigger question now is what happens in terms of how the party is able to unify.
That's the point. I mean, it has been an interesting campaign all along. Just some weird things that have happened and some interesting developments, even in the past couple of weeks with Governor DeSantis saying that Paul Renner would make a good governor, even though he kind of panned his initial announcement. I mean, there have just been a number of really interesting kind of dynamics and things that have kind of played out over the course of this primary campaign.
That's so true, because I think even going into this past weekend, I was thinking, there was so much that could have happened that didn't, right? I mean, there are so many more people who wanted to run for governor who were being talked about that when I was thinking back and looking through my notebook, Matt Gaetz was talking about running for governor. Casey DeSantis was talking about it, Ashley Moody. And the fact that Byron Donalds has, come out of this as such a key front runner, I don't think it's just like he got lucky or anything like that. It does seem like because he was able to announce so early, because he had President Trump's support, and then was very, very quick to really raise a lot of money. I think that more than anything really helped to sort of lock out the competition, because the other ones who got in later got in so much later, and it's just so hard to catch up after that. But yeah, I mean, some of the things I had even forgotten about, it's not like it was drama free, right? It might not have been as sort of crowded as we thought it was going to be, but you had Jay Collins try to sue James Fishback to get him off the ballot because he was questioning his ability to run in Florida because he had voted in DC. Fishback himself has been sort of a surprise in this whole thing, and watching to see how he does today. And then just a lot of the way the race has shaped out, with the data center argument being, I think, a really big theme this campaign season. On the Democratic side, David Jolly, once again, it looks like the Democrats are going to run someone who is a once Republican. So it should be pretty fascinating. And there's less than 3 months then until the general election. So I'm really watching for some of the patterns that we're going to see tonight to really sort of read the tea leaves on what's next.
Yeah, one of the things you wrote about in Florida Playbook today was kind of looking at the margins and what we might learn about, what we might see in some of those numbers in some of those areas.
Yeah, look, I mean, a win is a win for whoever wins. So Byron Donalds most likely going to win. But if he gets above 50%, then that'll be really, really good for him. That's a very, it's not just, oh, he won. It's pretty solid, right? It's something where if he comes in a lot less than that, or if it seems pretty split, if James Fishback gets around 20%, I think that would raise a lot of concerns about factions of the party that, might not end up being with Byron Donalds at the end of the day. For whatever reason. And so that's just where it starts to get kind of iffy in terms of seeing where the breakdown is. And then for David Jolly, I'm really looking at turnout among young voters who are more progressive on the Democratic side and among Black voters who, have this election season been through a lot, let's just say, in terms of looking at the redistricting, bills passed in the legislature limiting DEI, even in local governments, let alone schools and workplaces, bills that have already been passed on that. So seeing how motivated they are to vote given the difficult environment for them is going to be another trend that I'm watching really carefully.
And to that end, looking at the Democratic side of things, I know you've been writing about for Politico, about what the progressive kind of wing of the party might look like, and what the results might look like for them in Florida, and some obstacles that they face here that kind of put them in a tight spot.
Yeah, look, I think progressives are tapping into something that is very real in this country, and actually that I would say like the strongest far left are also feeling, right? This kind of anti-war, anti-billionaire, anti-incumbent, anti-establishment, anti-corporate cohort of voters, which I think is very strongly held, and also just tapping into the idea that that sort of politics as usual, just being nice, isn't really the way to go. And I think that that's something very real that they're, understanding. And that's why in some states you've seen them do very well. Now in the Midwest, they didn't do quite as well as anticipated. And then in Florida, it's going to be even harder just because, some of the candidates using the word socialist, it just doesn't really, it's a triggering word, obviously, for a lot of our voters who have family members who fled communism and socialism in left-wing dictatorships in Latin America. And so that's why it's had a harder time. And that's why you're also seeing, instead of, I would say, members of the Democratic Party, people who actually run the party, instead of them kind of embracing that wing, really keeping it at a distance because they understand how radioactive that term is. But look, the Democrats are going to have to motivate their base, right? And so they have to figure out how to be able to do that in order to have the best showing that they can in November. Same on the far right, where they're going to have to figure out, okay, are these people going to be with me in the end, or are they just going to be unmotivated? Because being unmotivated can kind of, make the difference between winning and losing.
Some of the congressional district races are going to be really interesting. I know that you're watching for a few different reasons. Looking at the power of President Trump's endorsement, looking at the impacts of redistricting and those kinds of things. Really, just a lot of interesting things to kind of keep an eye on in some of these congressional races across the state.
I was very surprised that President Trump did not get more involved in some of these races because the legislature, gerrymandered the state. And then with some of these seats that they're going after with some of these incumbents, these are people who've been in office for a really long time. And sometimes just having a name that people know is enough, right, to win an election. And so I would have thought that President Trump might have weighed in more to perhaps pick the best horse in a lot of these other races, but there really only were two that he ended up weighing in at the last minute. And one of them was for a Vern Buchanan seat in CD 16 for Sidney Gruters, who's a longtime congressional staff member. She, was director of the New College of Florida Foundation and is also married to Joe Gruters, who runs the RNC and is a very, very very close Trump ally, Susie Wiles ally. And then he endorsed Catalina Lauf for that open CD19 seat, which is the seat that Byron Donalds is leaving behind, which has 10 candidates running. So that could be the difference maker, obviously, with a race like that. And it might not even be that the person who wins that race ends up in the majority. It's just enough to be in the plurality. And so his lack of involvement has been surprising for me. He re-endorsed a lot of other candidates who are, current office holders. And then, we're watching what happens with Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz. She jumped into a new district that has been historically held by a Black lawmaker. It's a very fraught situation. People are very upset. I've talked to her about it. I wrote a very long magazine piece about her and her life that I hope helps people understand her choice a little bit better, and also helps people understand why it's so difficult for those who live in the district, for many of them who are very upset, and for members of the Congressional Black Caucus up in Washington. And I just treated it with the complexity that I thought the race deserved. And so many different, House races to watch. I mean, there's one I even didn't mention in my newsletter for the district I'm in, the person that will eventually become the Democratic nominee to run against Maria Salazar. And there are two competitive Democrats in that race. So there are lots of House races. And then we always have to sort of wait to see if there are going to be any surprises.
There's a lot of upheaval, really for ways that you wouldn't necessarily think when you look kind of big picture at Florida politics. Oh, we're a red state now, but there's a lot of drama, a lot of intrigue, a lot of upheaval, and a lot of factors that we really need to pay attention to tonight in this primary. Believe it or not.
Yeah, exactly. I think that people kind of thought, okay, like you said, Florida's a red state, so a lot of national outlets weren't really paying attention. And now I'm starting to see a few come up and be like, oh, wait, this is going on? Hang on, and it is pretty dramatic. What else can you say? It's Florida, right? So you get a lot of big personalities. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens. The nice thing is in Florida, we count votes pretty quickly. And so I think we'll know the results very early. Thinking through some of the ways that some of these races might be tighter than expected. If any incumbents lose their seat tonight, I think that is kind of like the biggest, whoa, if that happens anywhere. And I'm thinking of the Corey Mills race, actually, up in y'all's neck of the wood, probably as one of the ones to keep a close eye on.
And we will be watching that closely. Kimberly Leonard, Politico reporter, Florida Playbook, a newsletter author. We always enjoy talking politics with you, and thanks for joining us today.
Same. Thank you.
So a lot of storylines, a lot of personalities, a lot of things that we'll be watching tonight, and we will be watching those numbers starting to come in at 7 o'clock. In fact, we will be with you live at 7 o'clock. If you're watching us in Fox Local Orlando right now, we'll be live streaming from our streaming studio here. We will be on Fox Local. We will also be on Fox 35 TV. So either way, you can watch us over the air. You can watch us on streaming, however you prefer to do that. But we have hours of coverage for you tonight on our digital platforms, so you can you find all of that in one place. We will be right back here on Florida Live. We still have much more to get to this during this 2 o'clock hour, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook. Viewer discretion is not advised. This is a family program. We appreciate you joining us here today. We've got a lot of political coverage for you today on this primary election day, and talking about it from a number of different angles. So we just talked about some of the storylines, some of the races that we're going to be keeping an eye on, not just here, but across the state over the evening. We also have been looking to talk kind of big picture here and what this means as races move forward, and we kind of turn the page from the primary campaign now to the general election campaign starting tomorrow. And so we've reached out to the leaders of the Florida Democratic Party and the Republican Party of Florida. I had the chance just a little bit ago to catch up with Florida Democratic Party Chair Nikki Fried, who talked about how she's feeling on this primary election day and why she believes that this could be the start of a turning tide for Democrats in Florida. Here is my conversation with Nikki Fried just a little bit ago. All right, Chair Fried, it is primary election day here in Florida. Just give me your thoughts and how you're feeling, what's going through your mind right now as we know folks still going to the polls right now.
Yeah, we are very excited and very delighted to see the turnout numbers. We've already hit 1 million Democrats that have turned out to the polls. So we are seeing energy from these primaries, people that are just ready to turn the page of 30 years of one-party control of the state. Our state has become so unaffordable, and our Democrats have been knocking on doors, talking to voters. And today is the day, and see if they pled their case to the voters and make it through the primary. But we are ready to turn this page, get the primaries behind us, and start taking our message as a united front to the rest of our state.
What makes you think that the appetite is there, that this could be a change election here in Florida, despite the advantages that Republicans have here now?
I think there's a tremendous opportunity. I mean, let me explain why. I know everybody always sees, Florida as this pipe dream the last couple of decades, and have seen what has happened in our state. But here's the reality. We were the lab rats of Project 2025 under the Governor DeSantis administration. We've seen the corruption. We've seen how our state has become just so unaffordable, whether it is our utilities costs, the costs at the gas pumps, our food at the grocery stores, to rent, to property insurance, to auto insurance. And at the end of the day, they really want these culture wars behind them. They want people going to Washington, D.C. and going into Tallahassee and to city and county halls to fight for what is best for the people of our state. And that's to make sure that our state becomes more affordable. And so we have an opportunity this cycle to have candidates that can really appeal to all parts of our state. Democrats, Republicans, Independents, build this coalition together to start turning the page of what has been a disastrous DeSantis administration, but certainly one-party control of the state has not worked well for the people that live here.
And talk to me about what the Florida Democratic Party is doing as we get ready to turn the page, from this primary election season to now a general election season.
Yeah, so we started this plan last year. I became chair in 2023 and knew that we had just come off of one of the most, if not the most, disastrous election results in Florida Democratic Party history. 19 points in 2022, losing a lot of our down ballots, school board races, county and city commission races, legislative races. And so when I got here in 2023, we knew we had to do this differently. And so we stopped the bleeding in 23 and 24, was able to get Mayor Daniela Levine Cava across the finish line on first ballot in August. A lot of the Moms for Liberty candidates went down in August of 2024, and we lost by less in November 24. And so we kicked off 2025. We knew that we had to go back onto the ground. So we created what we're calling the Pendulum. The Pendulum Project is year-round organizing in all parts of our state, 67 counties, doors knocked, phones being rang. And that's really where we've seen so much of our success over the last 18 months. 33 seats that we have flipped. That is everything from legislative races to mayor of Miami to mayor of Boca, city and county commission races all over our state, flipping Escambia County for the first time in decades. This is because the work that is happening on the ground. As we get past the primaries today, we continue that work, and now we have a united ticket, both at the top of the ticket as well as our legislative races, because Florida Democrats are going to get ourselves out of the super minority in both chambers, both the House and the Senate. We're going to return all 8 of our congressional seats back up to Washington, D.C. and flip a handful more. I think November is going to be a really strong election night for not just for Democrats, but for the people of the state, because the people of the state deserve better leadership in Tallahassee. They deserve people that are going to show up to work and put the people first, not the Republican donors and certainly not their own personal interests, but interests of the people. That is what the people of our state are hungry for, they're ready for, and that's what we're building for November 2.
What makes you so confident, Chair Fried?
I'm so confident because what I have seen is that not only have we flipped 33 seats, but we did it in all parts of our state. Red areas, blue areas, rural areas, urban areas, like I said, Escambia County all the way down to Miami-Dade. And we did this building the coalition of Democrats, Republicans, and independents. While we turned out our Democratic base, the independents of our state, which is 1/3, are flipping for us 60 to 70%. And then we have, some lack of energy on the Republican side, so their turnout hasn't been great. And we're getting about 10% of Republican turnover that are voting for Democrats because they too are frustrated with where their party is. So with this coalition that we have built, the fact that we are on message, that we have an affordability crisis, our Democrats have been showing up at the legislature, presenting bill after bill after bill, trying to get to that unaffordability crisis that have not been heard because of Republican leadership in the chambers. This is why I am excited by our opportunities. And Democrats here in Florida have been moving the needle 17 points to the left. The national average is 15. So here in Florida, we are over movement left than even the national average. So all roads are leading to the fact that we're going to have a really impressive election night in November.
A governor's race, which Republican candidate would you, as the chair of the Democratic Party, rather see on the ballot in November?
You know what? The reality is they're all flawed. Each and every one of them are flawed, whether those who have been in the legislature and have caused all of these problems. You've got 3 individuals who have been in the legislature who voted on bills that made it more unaffordable here in our state. And then you have another individual who is so radical and so extreme. So really, all 4 of them are flawed. I think there's 4. There might be more. Are all flawed candidates. And so that's why also in this moment, people are learning or wanting to turn the page of this moment in Florida history and start to believe in what is possible, what tomorrow can bring, the vision of hope and opportunity and optimism that has been lost for so many decades in our state because of the suffocation of the policies of the Republicans. So any one of them that comes out tonight will be a win for Democrats.
Florida Democratic Party Chair Nikki Fried, we appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us on this primary election day.
Thanks for having me.
I had to ask that last question. I knew I didn't necessarily expect an answer, but I had to ask it. I was curious what her take might have been on that. Well, we still have much more to come here on Florida Live as our election coverage, primary election coverage here in Florida just is getting started here on Fox Local. So we'll be right back with more Florida Live after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here in our Tampa connection today. We are taking a closer look at the St. Petersburg mayor's race. That has been a closely watched one between Charlie Crist and Ken Welch. Our Fox 13 had the chance to catch up with both candidates today. Here's a little bit of what they said out at the polling locations.
So tell me, how are you feeling today?
I feel great. We've been going to different places, different street corners, campaigning. Enthusiasm is high. I'm proud to be here with former Representative Ben Diamond. It's a dear friend, a great person, and endorsed me in this campaign, and I'm forever grateful. You want to say anything, Ben?
Yeah. Well, I'm just excited for the future of the city. I'm excited to be supporting my good friend Charlie Crist, who has a tremendous track record of fighting for the people and really cares about this city and cares about our future. And I know we'll do a great job leading us as mayor.
Yeah. Let's say, how does it feel that you have a chance to represent this city once again?
It's awesome. This is home is where the heart is. And this has been my home since I was 3 years old. And so I care about it deeply, more so the people of St. Petersburg. They're just good, decent people. And to have the opportunity to be their mayor and work for them would be a tremendous honor,
Feeling good, optimistic, looking forward to the voters expressing their choice tonight and moving forward.
What did it mean for you to keep representing this city?
Well, look around our city. Look how we've recovered in less than 2 years since 2 major hurricanes. We're back on our feet. We're moving forward. We're getting kudos from around the nation, both on quality of life, but the way we govern and the way we recover. And we want to continue that progress.
What have you seen, like a greater voter turnout today than years past, or what have you seen?
Pinellas is interesting because we've led the way in mail voting for years now, and so I think we're on pace. This is also the first mayoral election in an even year since the voters made that change. So far, I think we're doing well in mail voting, and pretty good day of voting happening today.
Tell me, how are you feeling today?
We are feeling fantastic. We've got lots of volunteers out all over the city today and feeling that momentum and ready to see the results.
What would it mean for you to represent this city?
To represent this city filled with amazing people who just deeply care about the future would be an absolute honor. So we're very excited.
What have you seen St. Pete like in the past, let's say 5 years?
It's changed a lot in the past 5 years. The whole state of Florida has, right? But St. Pete remains a special place in our state, and it's a place that I'm committed to fighting to keep special.
And then what have you...
That is a crowded race in the St. Petersburg mayoral race, one that is likely headed to a runoff because of the number of candidates. A runoff we could also see in the Orange County mayor's race. That's another one we're watching tonight here in Central Florida. Several candidates in that race. We have had the chance to speak with all of them, go in depth with them on some of the issues and other problems, challenges that are facing Orange County. So that's another race we'll be watching tonight, the Orange County mayoral race. That could also be heading to a runoff. Several candidates in that one. A number of other mayor's races as well that could be decided tonight. Sanford mayor off the top of my head because that one is just 2 remaining candidates in the race. So a number of races we're watching. We're out of time here on Florida Live. Our live streaming news coverage continues next here on Fox Local. Well, welcome into Fox 35 News Plus, Garrett Weimer here, our special You Decide special coverage of election night, primary elections here in Florida. We are 4 hours from the first polls closing here in Central Florida. We'll get our first numbers, our first look at that point, and our first indication of how things are going. It might be not too long after that we have some local races called. It will be likely at least another hour until the polls close in the Panhandle, the central time zone part of the state, before we have full results on some of the statewide races. But we will be here all along the way with you here on Fox Local, taking you through the numbers, analyzing the results that we are seeing, talking to a number of folks, live streaming some of the speeches that we will hear from the candidates. We've got a lot going on, and we appreciate you joining us here. Starting at 3 o'clock, we will get you ready. We'll hand things off to the 407 at 4. You've got Fox 35 News at 5, the News Edge at 6, and then we'll have more special coverage for you at 7 o'clock right here, the moment the polls close here in Central Florida. We'll have more coverage for you right here on Fox Local. Now, we talked just a little bit ago about Governor Ron DeSantis holding an education roundtable in Sarasota. He did take questions at that event and also mentioned that he has accepted the resignation of Kevin Guthrie, who is the state's emergency management director, who was just announced last night as the running mate of Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins, who is trying to win the Republican primary tonight and be on the ballot in November. So here's Governor DeSantis taking questions at that event in Sarasota just moments ago.
Some of the allegations date back to 2024 before you appointed him to Palm Beach County Clerk of Courts. I'm curious what the vetting process was like before you appointed him, and did you or any member of your administration receive any information about conduct or about this conduct or challenge?
Of course not. He had a clean vet. He was well regarded in the community. There was a lot of people that wanted him to be appointed to that position, and there was none of that information that was in any of the vetting materials. The state was the one that initiated this investigation. State law enforcement did it, and the charges were brought by the statewide prosecutor. I think you'll probably have a local prosecutor get involved, maybe in Miami-Dade going forward, but they worked very diligently on this. It's obviously horrific crimes, but it's also tough to build these cases, and so they've worked very hard to build a case that could withstand the legal system. But once they were willing to go and pull the trigger, on the arrest, obviously it was a very easy decision for me to yank him from that position. And one of the things that we've done better than any state, we're the first state to reintroduce the death penalty for pedophiles. And I'm proud that I signed that into law, and I'm proud that we have very strong penalties for people that abuse children. And if he's convicted, he is going to be in for a world of hurt. Yes?
Yes, your reaction to the Lieutenant Governor naming Kevin Guthrie as his running mate, and what's it going to mean to the Division of Emergency Management if they were?
So Kevin Guthrie has done a great job. We obviously have set the standard for emergency management, not just across the hurricane responses, which have been better than anywhere in the country, but also rescuing people from harm's way, Floridians overseas. We've done distribution of monoclonal antibody treatments during COVID, standing up these clinics. We did immigration enforcement and deportations. So I don't think there's been any portfolio that's been as robust as what we've had. That said, if people want to choose politics, more power to them. I didn't necessarily think that was something that Kevin aspired to, but given that he's doing that, I think it's important that we have emergency management just focused on emergency management. So I have accepted his resignation as the director of the Division of Emergency Management. We will be putting our FDOT Secretary Jared Perdue in. It's a well-oiled machine. We've got a lot of great people over there. We're not going to miss a beat, but I don't want to be in a situation where there's politics and emergency management. I think you got to choose one or the other. And so this is something that I think he believed in and wanted to do, and I wish him all the luck in the world. All right, thanks everybody.
So Governor DeSantis taking a couple of questions there. You heard him say that FDOT Secretary Jared Perdue, who we just heard from recently at a news conference here in our area, is going to be taking over the Division of Emergency Management right now after he accepted the resignation of Kevin Guthrie, who is now the running mate of Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins in his Republican gubernatorial campaign. We'll see what ends up happening with that tonight. Collins is not favored to win. We'll see what happens once those numbers come in. Did that announcement last night change things? I talked with Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins just a little bit ago. You heard a little bit of it a few minutes ago. I'll play a little bit more of that for you because I had the chance to speak with him about that decision to tap Kevin Guthrie as his running mate, and also to announce that last night. Now, I do want to mention the first question that DeSantis was asked about. That was about Mike Caruso, who is a Palm Beach County clerk, former state representative, and has now been arrested on charges related to child sexual abuse. So more details coming out about that, but that was just for some context, that first question that Governor DeSantis was asked about. He has suspended him in that role, and the Attorney General was actually announced his arrest earlier today. So we are just getting started here over this next hour of live streaming coverage as we count you down to the polls closing at 7 o'clock. Still have a lot of things we're going to get into. Obviously, today being the primary election, a lot of these races that we're following are Republican races or Democratic races, but there are a number of nonpartisan races. Some of those mayoral races are a good example of that. And so there are still some races to vote on if you are not a member of the Republican or a Democratic Party. A lot of the non-party affiliated independent voters, minor party voters, things like that, who may not have primaries to vote in today. And there are some groups who say that is exclusionary, that all Floridians should have a say in the primaries, especially in some of these races where the primary really does seem to be the major race and could be, essentially the general election in August. And so we're going to play for you an interview that Hayden did earlier today with one of those advocates saying Florida needs to change its rules. So we'll have that for you too coming up in just a little bit. Right now, we're going to step aside, take a quick break here on Fox Local, but we will be back with more Florida primary You Decide coverage in just a couple of minutes. Welcome back into Fox Local and our special live streaming coverage today of the Florida primary. Still a few hours until polls close in our part of the state, but we've got a lot to talk about in between now and then. We'll be taking you up to 4 o'clock with our special live streaming coverage here. Then we'll head into our normal afternoon shows, and then I'll be back here at 7 o'clock the moment polls close here in Central Florida, and we will start breaking down those numbers and talking about a lot of things, reacting to results and analyzing what we are seeing throughout the evening with you here on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Now, there are about 4 million non-party affiliated voters here in Florida, many of whom may not have something to vote for today. And as we talked about, there are some nonpartisan races, but independent voters, minor party voters don't have a say in the Republican or Democratic candidates that will be on the ballot this fall for big races like the governor's race or things like that. And there are groups that are working to try to change that. Fox 35's Hayden Wiggs had the chance to speak with John Opdyke, who's the president of Open Primaries, one of those advocacy organizations that is trying to get that changed, to talk about his concern about a closed primary system like Florida has.
So my first question for you is, what are the legal and constitutional arguments that support closed primary systems versus those open primaries that we might see in other states?
Well, it's interesting. The arguments are freedom of association. To put it bluntly, you don't want Elks Club members voting in Rotary Club elections, do you? The problem with that argument is it falls apart under any scrutiny. First of all, these are publicly funded elections, the primaries. These are not private organizational elections. So when you have the government running an election using our taxpayers to fund them, everybody should be eligible. But here's the other thing. The notion that you need a closed primary system in order to maintain party integrity, it's actually the exact opposite. Because when you have a closed system like in Florida or in New York or in Pennsylvania, what you incentivize people to do is to join a party that they don't believe in just to be able to vote. And I know from experience, there are hundreds of thousands of independents in Florida that register with the Democratic Party or the Republican Party just to be able to vote in a primary. So they're not. So if what you want to do is make sure that the Republican Party is, only for real Republicans, a closed primary is the exact opposite of what you want to do. We just did a poll in New York that showed that 40% of Democrats in New York City, 40% are not Democrats. They're independents and Republicans that registered Democrat just to be able to vote, because the Democratic primary is the only election in New York City. And I guarantee there's similar numbers in Florida.
And kind of let's talk about those numbers. As this growth of no party affiliation, people are being no party affiliated more and more each year here in the state of Florida. How, in your opinion, does that impact overall voter turnout during these primary election cycles? Are people not interested, not casting a ballot, not going to the voting polls? How does that recent growth in NPA affiliates, in your opinion, affect the vote?
Well, I mean, at the most basic level, when you exclude 4 million people from participating, when you make it illegal for them to participate, turnout's going to go down. And we just saw, for example, in California, where they let everybody vote in the primary. And not only that, vote for whoever they want. So you can be a Democrat or a Republican, and you can vote for independents, Democrats, Greens, minor party, whatever you want, and all independents get to vote. They just had 41% voter turnout. New York State just had a closed primary. They had 9% turnout. So, when you let everybody vote, you're going to get more people participating. But let me take it one step further. When you shut out independents, here's something that happens. It's not just numbers. It's not just turnout numbers. What you end up with is a political environment, and your poll reflects that, in which the political consultants, all the people that do those texts and direct mail and commercials, everything that people get coming at them are dog whistles. Republican dog whistles, Democratic dog whistles. Because when you don't have to campaign to independent voters, when all you have to do is campaign to partisans, well, you use the tools that work with partisans, which are the other side is evil. Vote for me because Trump is going to kill your babies. Vote for me because DSA is going to turn America socialist. Those are dog whistles, and they work with certain segments of Democrats and Republicans. They don't work with independents. So when you open up the process, you create an environment in which you can change the culture. And that's what so many Americans are sick of, is this demonize the opposition culture that we live in.
And when it comes to changing that sort of closed primary structure system we have here in Florida, are there any structural or financial hurdles that exist for groups like yours or ballots seeking to overturn these closed primary principles? What sort of things do you have to overcome to make those changes?
Yeah, I wouldn't call them hurdles. I would call them mountains. They're big. I mean, we put a referendum on the ballot in 2020 for open primaries. We got 57% of the vote, which in most states would be enough to win, but you need 60% of the Florida. And on the day that we filed and got approved by the Secretary of State, we were sued by the Democratic Party of Florida and the Republican Party of Florida. I don't know, Hayden, if you know any other issue that unites the Democrats and Republicans so strongly as letting all voters vote. So, getting a referendum on the ballot is expensive and difficult. We're looking at litigation. Can we challenge this in state court? We tried it in federal court. We got all the way to the Supreme Court and we failed. We're looking at state options. We're looking at legislation. There might be an opportunity to get a bill into the legislature in Florida. We're looking at pressuring the parties directly to open up their primaries, to say to them, it's in your own self-interest if you let independents vote. So we're looking at everything that we can, but whatever we choose, it's going to be tough, because people in power don't like to change the rules.
And now kind of going and looking at a day like today with a closed primary election, how does independent voters' exclusion from those primary ballots maybe affect their participation in local judicial or nonpartisan races?
Yeah, I mean, you're going to see a lot of voters stay home, because the high ticket, the Senate, the big races, governor and so forth, they don't campaign. And so people sometimes don't even know that there are these important nonpartisan races at the local level and the county level. So we're going to see lower turnout among independents. And then remember, a lot of independents have registered as Democrats or Republicans. I can't tell you how many people I know in Florida. They register with a party, they vote, and then they become an independent again. So those people will fully participate. So, we'll see. I think the good news is, despite all the hurdles, all the complications, all the ways in which the parties have made it difficult to vote, Floridians are still very interested in having a government that represents them. We're not seeing, rampant cynicism step in, which could be understandable. There's still a lot of Floridians that say we've got to roll up our sleeves and remake the system so that it works for everybody. And I feel very good about that.
And my last question for you, kind of specifically talking about Florida law here, if there are any exceptions that allow non-party members to vote in a primary, and how often are those conditions met for people to be able to actually do that?
Oh, we're going to go down a rabbit hole here, Hayden. So back in 1997, 98, the voters passed a rule that says if all the candidates for a particular office are from the same party, then it creates what's called a universal primary. And that means everybody, Democrat, Republican, and Independent, they all get to vote in the primary, because there is no general election. And unfortunately, consultants learned how to rig that system by filing phony write-in candidates, because they don't like the universal primary. They don't like when more people get to vote. So on paper, Floridians up and down the state today should be able to vote in universal primaries, but many of them have been rigged so that they're back to being closed party primaries, and that's something we have to get rid of. It's the press has been writing about it for 20 years. We did a report that shows it's been used hundreds of times these fake write-in candidates by both the Democrats and the Republicans. And so eventually we're going to have to do something about that.
Well, John Opdyke, president of Open Primaries, thank you so much for joining us here today on Fox 35 News Plus. We really appreciate this.
We'll be right back with more Florida primary coverage in just a couple of minutes. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus and our special live streaming coverage today of the Florida primary. You decide 2026. We appreciate you joining us here on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. And our coverage is just getting started here on this primary election day. I did have the chance to catch up with Jay Collins, the lieutenant governor, who is also running for governor. He's on the ballot today. Just last night made news by announcing his running mate in this race, Kevin Guthrie. We heard from the governor just a few minutes ago saying he has accepted his resignation as emergency management director. I talked with Lieutenant Governor Collins about why he picked Kevin Guthrie as his running mate, why he decided to wait to the eve of Election Day to announce it, and how he's feeling as he now waits for the results to come in. Lieutenant Governor, I want to get your, first time we've had the chance to speak with you since you made a big announcement yesterday, announcing your running mate. Talk to me about the decision to pick Kevin Guthrie for that.
Well, we've had a very long process. I was very methodical about what I wanted, how I wanted it to work. In the military, I always look for a number two who's focused on security, safety, the welfare of our people. And as a lieutenant governor, I've seen that is a gap, and that's a space where I think we can do a lot of great things. And as the next governor, I wanted my lieutenant governor to be hyper-focused on the physical info, cybersecurity, port infrastructure, spaceport, airport, making sure that our people and our way of life are protected and taken care of. And then next to that, it comes down to disaster response. You better be able to understand how that works, what happens, and how we move things in and out and around the state. And, frankly, when we reviewed and spoke to many, many people, there was nobody more competent, more capable, more talented, and more day one ready than Kevin Guthrie. He is the best at what he does by far in the United States of America. And I'll tell you what, I put him up against anybody in the world. He is that talented, and we are so lucky to have him.
I think some were curious about the timing, doing that the night before the election. Can you talk about why you waited till then, maybe didn't make that announcement any sooner?
Sure. So I will tell you, I came up to my solution in a decision a little bit back, but we had a hard time connecting. Sometimes schedules just don't work out, to be honest with you. You know, I'm running around the state, he's running around the state, and then sometimes you just got to get lucky in how schedules align. That's really a big part of it. And then, you know, we were going back and forth about whether we wanted to do it now, whether we wanted to wait. And in the end, I felt so strongly. And Kevin is such a gifted person. I think it moves the needle. And let's just focus on what we want to do with it. Many people, when they choose their lieutenant governor, they're looking for a demographic. They're looking for pizzazz. They're looking for somebody who moves the needle. We are too. But we're looking for someone who moves the needle in terms of policy, protecting our people, and making sure that the best days of Florida aren't behind us, they're ahead of us. Kevin Guthrie is an all business. We're the let's get stuff done ticket here for the free state of Florida.
How are you feeling today after weeks of campaigning and primary day being here?
Well, I feel like I've been on a 9-month deployment, to be honest with you. But man, I am blessed. I serve 23.5 million people every single day. You know, I wake up grateful every day. Governor Ron DeSantis gave me an opportunity that sometimes still seems amazing, you know, and I grew up on welfare in a trailer, adopted by my grandparents. I mean, look, the American dream is alive and well, and if I can do it, anybody can do it. So I'm good. I'm grateful. And in terms of the race, I'll tell you, I think people are in for a surprise because the polling is a bit of a hot mess. We've seen that in state after state, race after race. And here in Florida, when you go talk to people at the doors, from city to city, county to county, region to region, they don't want politics as normal. They don't want somebody who's just doing sound bites on Fox News or on WhatsApp or on Signal or on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. They want someone who's on the ground, leading from the front. And I'll tell you, you know who Kevin Guthrie speaks to? The people of Florida. They want to make sure that their families are safe. Kevin Guthrie is a rock star, the best at what he does. And this ticket is protecting Florida now into the future. So I feel great right now.
On the campaign trail, did you hear anything from voters that maybe surprised you? Was it, you know, we know what the big issues are, but was there anything that maybe caught you by surprise that you kept hearing come up?
Yeah, you know, honestly, nothing really surprised me per se in terms of what came up. There are always little things that pop up region by region, you know, county by county that are unique. But you know what I love about those? And this is honestly probably the most surprising thing. A lot of those, I don't have to run for governor to solve those problems. I can just connect them to the right people right now because some of them just didn't know how to get to the resources and how to help. You know, I've done that. My wife's done that. My team's done that. And that's the most gratifying part of this is that sometimes what's a big deal to that family is something we can solve readily. But that's why it's so important to be on the ground, talking to people. You know, if you're at the table and you're in the community, you can get amazing things done. That's probably the most incredible thing that we've seen here is because we did a lot of good just on the campaign trail, helping people here in Florida.
Any regrets if this doesn't end up working out in your favor today?
No, I don't live life that way. You know, I had an opportunity to serve as lieutenant governor. Win, lose, draw. I serve 23.5 million people. I can promise you, I'm incredibly proud of my team. I'm incredibly grateful and proud of our volunteers. In a race where Byron Donalds has $100 million, almost every endorsement under the sun, we have taken $20 million, key endorsements from great leaders and people we are just thankful for every day. And our volunteers and our people have worked our tail off. We've done more events, worked harder than anybody else in this race. And I'm so proud and so grateful for what they've done. So I have zero regrets. And I think we have a great shot at winning this thing and being the next governor of the free state of Florida.
The closing message to voters, Lieutenant Governor, what do you want them to know if they haven't gone to the polls yet?
Man, y'all got to get out and vote. Today is the day. Get out and vote. Man, I've traveled the world. I've fought in many places against many people. And we have protected elections far and wide abroad. There are nations in opportunity, and we have it right here. We got to use our constitutional right to vote. We got to sit there and protect our family, our future. And I'm asking you, as the current lieutenant governor of the free state of Florida and a candidate to be the next governor of Florida, I want your vote. I'm Jay Collins, and I'm asking you to go to the polls and vote for me today A vote for me is a continuity vote. Ron DeSantis is the greatest governor in our state's history, and I'm making sure that the next 8 years are the greatest 8 years in the history of Florida.
Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins speaking with me just a little bit ago. We have much more election coverage coming up in just a minute. Keep it right here, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into our special live streaming coverage here as we count you down to polls closing here in Central Florida on primary election day. We've got a couple of political analysts joining us live now here in our streaming studio. Pleased to be joined by Mike Miller, former state representative, and Rishi Baga, an attorney and Democratic strategist, joining us live now in here to talk about this. Always election days are always interesting. There always seems to be something that you maybe don't expect that comes up. And so I just wanted to start by kind of getting some of your initial thoughts as we still are a few hours away now until polls close. Just what's on your mind? What are you kind of going to be watching for once we start to see those results come in? And Mike, we'll start with you here.
Well, first of all, Garrett, thanks for having me. It's an exciting day. The most exciting thing about it is I'm not on the ballot. because as a former state representative, this is always a very stressful day. You know, when you put all that time and effort, you've raised money, you've gone door to door. I don't care what race it is. You put it all on the line. You hope that your message is resonating, and I'm happy to talk to you about these other candidates and what they're up against and what the weather looks like and what they're up against for their election night. But it's a very exciting day. I could feel the energy when I walked in the studio that everybody's kind of excited to see what's going to happen tonight.
That is an interesting perspective because, I have wondered what it's like. There has to be some nerves, even if polls are in your favor, whatever the case might be. There have to be nerves just because of the what ifs.
Yeah. Well, everybody talks about what's magical about America. You know what this is the magic of America. On election day, we know for sure that you're going to put yourself out there. You're going to hope that your message and your policies and the thoughts that you want to bring to the community, they resonate with the voter, and that is it's a really exciting and also a scary feeling. So, in my time in the legislature, I always would look to the next election to think, okay, am I doing the right thing? Am I talking the way the voters and my community cares about? But it all comes to this day, and you have to make sure that you're ready for it. And at the same time, you don't know what's going to happen.
Certainly don't. Rishi, I want to get your thoughts on this too. What are you thinking about? What are you going to be watching for here in the next little bit?
Thanks again, Garrett, for having me. I can echo that. I'm glad I'm not on the ballot this time around. I have been on the ballot in the past, and though I wasn't quite as successful as Mike here, I will say that it really is a different feeling once you are the one on the ballot and you have those nerves and you're working, and you certainly wouldn't be sitting in an air-conditioned studio. You'd be out there in the hot August heat, knocking on doors or trying to get that last-minute turnout. And so that's really the first thing that comes to mind is turnout. Turnout's always a big question. We've had polls before now, but the only poll that matters is the one that's today. And so it'll be interesting to see what the results actually look like. In what we've seen so far, there have been more Democratic mail-in ballots than we've had Republican mail-in ballots. However, you've had more Republicans voting in early vote this time around than we've had in some of the last few election cycles. So it'll be very interesting to see what that election day turnout ends up looking like, and what that ends up, maybe telling us about how November is going to look like when we get to the general.
You talk about the turnout. When we're looking at these primary elections, I was looking back at the past couple, no more than 25%. How do you reach voters when you know only a fraction are going to show up in a primary like this?
Yeah, Rishi brought up a good point about the mail-in versus and now we're talking day of because it's primary day. Last stat I saw on Sunday, I think 13% statewide is the turnout right now. So it's probably going to end up being about 13% of registered voters statewide. So that's a little bit depressing. You would hope there's more engagement. And at the same time, like the numbers you just mentioned, 25%, you're still leaving a lot of folks that are not engaged. And that's a difficult part about our democracy. You can't make people vote. You hope that you inspire them to come out and vote. So yeah, the turnout numbers are always something that you hope you can get your message to resonate and bring that turnout up. So the turnout in a primary, that always makes it for a little bit more edgy too, because as a candidate, when Rishi and I were walking around, we try to go to the most likely voters. We try to look at what a super voter is. Have they gone out on either through a mail-in or day of or early voting? Have they been a consistent voter? That's what we really look for, because we want those folks and we want that message to really resonate with the folks that really do take the time to get that vote in.
Yeah, it is tough to see the numbers so low. But let's talk about some of these races. I'm curious what you find maybe some of the more interesting ones. We know there are a lot of statewide races we're watching that may not necessarily be quite as close. There are a number of local races as well that there are just a lot of questions about. I'm curious just what you kind of find some of the more intriguing races that we're going to be watching tonight.
Yeah, I'm really looking at Orange County. I'm really curious what's going to happen with Orange County. Just a reminder for folks that 2 years ago in the 2024 election, Orange County voters approved a measure that added 2 more commission districts. And that's a big change for Orange County. There had only been 6 commission districts since there was a charter in Orange County back in the 80s. And so having 2 more commission districts that were added really, has the potential of changing the entire way that Orange County functions and what the makeup of Orange County looks like as far as its commission goes. Those two districts are wide open, and we've got a ton of candidates running and a lot of new faces, folks who have not had that position before. So I am very curious as to what happens there. We also have a different supervisor elections in Orange County this time around, and there have been some changes as a result of that. One change just comes from having new districts. We have different precincts. So there was some confusion even in my household going and voting because we were now voting in a different precinct than I normally did or in a different number. But in addition to that, this time around, there weren't sample ballots mailed out for the primary election. Now, it'll be interesting to see what happens. Again, my own family, my parents always look for that sample ballot. That's how they know that it's time to go vote, and they fill it out before they walk in the booth so that they know who they're going to vote for. Well, they didn't have that this time. They were talking to us, and we had to come up with another plan. So it will be interesting to see what Orange County looks like. So I'm very curious about those results.
Mike, what stands out to you?
I look at more of the federal elections. I see three really interesting. They did redistrict on the federal level. The congressional districts are a much different makeup, especially District 9, where Representative Soto is currently the representative. I look at those numbers. I see, he's going to have a difficult time in the general election, but we're in a primary right now, so the Republicans are trying to figure out who that person is going to be, and that's an interesting race. And then the two that come to mind for me immediately are, the Mills race and the now the open seat that Dan Webster is retiring from in Lake County. And those are the interesting races for me because it's sort of those tried and true conversations about money. Right? You have these candidates that come in, and even in the Soto district, where somebody's coming in with millions of dollars and trying to saturate the airwaves and get themselves in a position to be in a general election. But then there's also the local candidate who's worked really hard and done the things that you would hope that would be beneficial, especially in a low turnout primary where you can maybe touch a lot of those voters and get in touch with them and say, hey, here's what I stand for and here's what I'm trying to present for the district. So I see Carrie Baker running against Joe Strata up there in Lake County, and I see the Corey Mills, the incumbent, running against the local hero here, Ryan Elijah. And I see a really interesting dynamic there because, again, it's shoe leather versus the funds, and we'll see what happens. I mean, you would hope that the better candidate wins in either one because their message resonates with voters.
You mentioned the 9th district congressional race, and I think that's going to be an interesting one, especially this November because of the changing of that district. Different lines. It is a different district than it was last time that it was voted. And so I'm curious if some of what we might see with the results in the Republican primary to challenge Darren Soto, will that show us anything? Is there anything we can learn about that from what comes tonight that might shed a little light on kind of the makeup of the general campaign in November?
Well, I mean, that's a great question, and Rishi probably has a slightly different take on it. But Darren Soto, I served with him when he was in the legislature. He's a really fine public servant in terms of he's worked his way from the state house to the state senate to Congress. He's tried to ride the middle rail, if you will. He's worked very closely with the University of Central Florida. He's worked very closely with his community in Osceola County. But, the voters, especially on a federal level, are, there's such a difference between Republicans and Democrats on the national level that Soto's going to get caught up in that. So tonight, I think you're looking at, whoever comes out of the Republican primary, they're going to be very hard right. They're going to be focused on what the national mood is and how they want to, we want to continue with what we feel is working on the national level. And I think Darren, despite his years of public service, is probably going to be in a very difficult situation come November.
Rishi, do you have thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think the big question comes, and it's really in line with what Mike's saying, is that I think we have to look towards the top of the ticket a little bit to look at enthusiasm. So I'm very curious what enthusiasm ends up looking like. The last few elections, President Trump was on the ballot in 2024. You had Governor DeSantis, who was on the ballot in 2022. Both of them, I think, drew Republicans to the polls. They added to that enthusiasm. You don't have either on the ballot this time around. So it will be curious to see, I will be curious to see how enthusiastic Republicans are amidst a national climate when a lot of Democrats are very enthusiastic about voting and have misgivings about the direction of the country and concerns. And it'll be interesting to see how many of them come out and vote in Florida and how that may or may not make a difference, especially when it comes to the independent voters, which we don't think about or talk about too much in the primaries, but they may well hold the key to the election in the November general election.
Yeah, if we're staying on, Garrett, real quick on that general election, yeah, that's where it's really, especially Orange County. Rishi mentioned earlier, a third of the electorate in Orange County is independent. So, right now we have closed primaries, and I think you had a segment previously here talking about that circumstance. What is a closed primary versus a jungle primary, open primaries? So I am in favor of the closed primary because I do think our parties need to line up what we feel is our best candidate. But it's interesting in a community like Central Florida where there's so many independents. That's where you come out of the primary tonight, you're feeling really good, you won the election, you got to spend some time with your friends, cheering on all the hard work you spent this summer, and all of a sudden you're back in the grind. And then you have to pivot and figure out that message to a sizable audience that didn't get a chance to vote for you. And they have to learn you in a quick manner, and they have to be able to figure out if you're the right person for what they feel is the direction of the country, or in a local race, the direction of the city or the county. So that's an interesting part about Central Florida. Some places you go, you win the primary, basically you coast into the job, right? But not in Central Florida.
Let's talk as well, because you mentioned the 7th congressional district race, and we know that it can be tough sometimes to beat an incumbent. But I'm curious, with the unique set of circumstances here in the 7th congressional district race, when you've got a candidate who has faced a number of issues, investigations, terrible headlines, just a number of problems for the Corey Mills campaign. And then you have someone who maybe hasn't run for office before, in Ryan Elijah, who does seem to have, you would think, name recognition, which is something that we know is normally an issue that kind of can plague first-time candidates or someone who's not currently holding the office. So I'm just curious what you make of kind of the dynamics of that 7th congressional district race, and how that might play out, and kind of how it upends some conventional wisdom in some ways of congressional races.
Sure. And this is a tough one because I know Ryan is close to a lot of the folks here in the studio, and I know he spent 13 years at Fox, which is, what a great career he had here, and he worked very hard. And I actually got a chance to work with him in studio quite a few times. He's a consummate professional and a really good guy. At the same time, Corey Mills got elected to be a U.S. congressman, and he went up there, and I think he thought he was doing what he was doing, for the good of the people. But and again, innocent until proven guilty. But you're right; those headlines and some of those stories, they really make you wonder, what was going on when he decided to become a congressman and actually, filled the seat and then tried to do what I guess he thought was best. I mean, that's a difficult thing. But that's again why we have these elections. It's one of the reasons that a primary, and you have a date certain every 2 years, that if somebody is, whether it's true or not, it looks like they're not going in the direction that you want your representative to go, you get a chance to do a redo. And that's again, back what I was saying in the beginning. A primary day, while it's full of emotion and can be very anxiety producing, if there's somebody in office that you feel like is not doing the job as a voter, that gives you the right to go to the poll and say, you know what, let's go. And if that person is, not doing what you feel is the right thing for the community, then you vote them out.
And I think this is a race where we really see an opportunity on the Democratic side, right? Of all the different districts, I think those negative headlines for Representative Mills probably are good headlines for Democrats and give them better chances, quite frankly. So, we do have a contested Democratic primary there too. We've got Bill Dalton. We've got Marielena Kinter. Both of them come from a military background and I think are very compelling, interesting candidates. I know certainly Dalton's been given a lot of national attention and a lot of national money. So we'll see what ends up happening today in that race. But I think either one of them will be compelling candidates, and certainly will give whoever ends up coming out on the Republican side, it's going to give them a run for their money.
And that's the thing, Garrett, on these razor thin margins in the national election, we have 1 or 2 seat majority in the Congress. A seat like 7 becomes a really big deal. He mentioned Bill Dalton with the military background and got Corey in there currently, a military veteran himself. And you've got Ryan who's putting in the time and effort. It's a pivotal seat for the whole country. So that's what makes it interesting. Florida's always kind of been in the middle of these races. We go back 20 some years now on the presidential tie. And here we are again. Central Florida is going to be one of those seats that could be a determinant for the U.S. Congress.
We will be watching that closely, but I do want to circle back, Rishi, to what you were talking about in Orange County, because not only are we seeing differences with the commission districts, there is also going to be a new mayor. And that is on the ballot. So with some folks who have held office before, are well known in that community, I'm curious what you make of that race and what we might see once with that one.
That's been a tough and spirited campaign. And, like you mentioned, Garrett, there's a lot of candidates who are on there who've held office in the past, a lot of them county officials in the past. And so it will be very interesting to see what ends up happening. A lot of them do come in with their own base, and they've raised a ton of money and are really making a big go at this particular primary. Now, of course, because it is an election where everyone's on the ballot at the same time, someone has to hit over 50% in order to win that election. And so I think when you have so many candidates on the ballot, several of whom have raised a lot of money and have their own independent bases within the county, that's a really tough threshold to reach. So it will be interesting to see tonight if anybody does hit that 50% threshold or 51% threshold in order to win that election outright. Otherwise, you'll have the top two vote getters moving on to November. And so I definitely have my eye on that race. It will be very interesting to see in that open mayoral race who ends up winning.
Yeah, when you're talking about, four candidates, I think, even just the math, going to be hard to get 50%, I would think, tonight.
I think even becoming one of the top two is difficult, really, because you have candidates who all come in with their independent bases of support. So even showing up as one of the top two vote getters in those races is tough.
All right. Well, we are going to talk much more with y'all throughout the afternoon, the evening. Right now, we're going to step aside, take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but don't go anywhere. Our live streaming news coverage continues next. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus, our special live streaming coverage of the Florida primary, You Decide 2026. We've got a lot to talk about over the next little bit. We just have a few more minutes with you here in this 3 o'clock hour. Then we're going to hand things off to the 407 at 4. You'll have Fox 35 News at 5. You'll have the News Edge at 6, all as normal. You'll be able to watch those on Fox 35 or on Fox Local, where you're watching us right now. And then at 7 o'clock, our special live streaming coverage coverage continues. We will have live results. We will have live analysis. We will check in with our reporters who are out at a number of candidates' campaign events tonight. Their parties, their rallies all across the area. We'll be checking in with them. We will likely at some point have some speeches as well from said candidates. So we'll be following all of that, and we hope you join us starting at 7 o'clock with that, because that is when polls close across Central Florida, the Eastern time zone. Part of Florida up in the Panhandle is in the Central time zone. Their polls also close at 7 p.m. local time, so that would be 8 o'clock Eastern. So our first batch of numbers will start coming in at 7 o'clock and then 8 o'clock as well. Some more numbers will come in. That's when polls will be closed across the entire state of Florida. So we really have a lot to watch. We're going to be talking about a number of those races that we just chatted about with a couple of our analysts just a couple of minutes ago. Some of those high-profile races, the governor's race, the congressional races that we talked about, Orange County mayoral race, and some other things like that. We will be breaking down those numbers for you throughout the evening. We have a lot of election night coverage ahead for you right here on Fox Local. So this is the place to be on this Florida primary election night. Now, just a couple more minutes with you here today. So I want to let you know if you have missed some of our election coverage over the past few weeks. We have spoken with a number of these candidates. If you want to see some more in-depth conversations with them, you can find those right now on fox35orlando.com. You can find them on the Fox Local app. You can find them on the Fox 35 Orlando YouTube page. So that's where you'll be able to find a lot of our elections coverage, because we've been doing quite a bit of it leading up to that. We spoke to each of the 4 candidates in the Orange County mayoral race. So if you still need some guidance, if you're looking for how they stand on some issues, you still have a few hours left to go to the polls. And so you can find that those interviews and those conversations. We've also talked with candidates from the 7th congressional district race, the 6th congressional district race, and done quite a bit of coverage there as well. So we still have so much more to come here on Fox Local today. We also have spoken and heard from many of the gubernatorial candidates, not just today, but over the past couple of days as well. Yesterday, we had the chance to speak with James Fishback, one of the Republican candidates. Just a little bit ago, you heard my conversation today with Jay Collins, the lieutenant governor. Byron Donalds, Congressman Donalds, was on with Fox 13 Tampa Bay earlier today. You heard some of that as well. And then we also had the chance to speak with Paul Renner. I guess that was over the weekend. We played that for you here on Fox 35 News Plus. He was on Live Now today as well. So a lot of conversations with these candidates, and now they are just waiting. Just a few more hours until those numbers start to come in. We also, on the Democratic side of that governor's race, caught up with David Jolly. I know you heard that conversation earlier today as well, outside his polling location where he had cast his ballot. So a busy day for these campaigns. A lot of work has come into this to get ready for tonight, and we are getting ready for tonight and tracking those results as soon as those polls close, coming up in just a little bit. So our work is just getting started here in the Fox 35 streaming studio. And so we're going to get ready to take a break here on Fox Local. At the top of the hour, again, the 407, and then much more elections coverage coming up after that, and some other news headlines as well on Fox 35 News at 5 and the News Edge at 6. So we're going to sign off for now, but don't go anywhere. We will have much more. I'll see you right back here at 7 o'clock on Fox Local.